early, but we'll get underway. So, to day 6, frame 3. Cutten here. A lot of material from you, and we've set aside quite a lot of time for you to take us through it. And over to you.
Good morning, and Morena. Thank you for hearing us. It is nice to see you all again. We'll genuinely try to be brief and much time for questions.
Can you pull quite a quiet voice? And
yep, is that better? We do have a copy of these slides as well. We've given you 13 documents. We might as well give you 14 if you would like them, or we can provide them after.
Lucky for some.
Okay.
Well, let's take us through it and we'll go.
And you can decide. Great. So to kick off, as you know, our submissions have been detailed and well informed. Thank you for taking the time to read them. I know they were probably a lot more fun to read than they were to write. We have sought external advice where needed, and we can honestly say that we understood the implications of listing before we decided how we were going to respond. We used that to determine whether or not our house had a positive or negative outcome from heritage listing. We understand the history of our home better than most, and arguably more than the council. Having a strong policy background, Matthew has a detailed understanding of the legislative context behind the listing and what is required. We appreciate that heritage is polarizing. Mr. Whittington thinks that this is just a mere imposition. Judge Dwyer describes this as draconian. We tend to agree more with Judge Dwyer on this and other matters. What we are advocating through this process is quite simple. Good policy and rules that set clear expectations and incentives for heritage, balanced evaluations that weigh costs and benefits, informed decisions based on reliable evidence, and high standards for process and regulation. I'd like just to comment that when we talk about opposing heritage, what we really mean is isolated individual homes that really don't have owner support or that can't be shown to demonstrate value to the community that can outweigh the cost to those individual owners. So we have sought a lot of external advice, as you know, we have provided. Specifically, Carrie Anderson has given us advice on all of the legal matters. We did consider having her come to speak, but for us that was cost prohibitive, as you can well imagine. But our submission and the subsequent discussions are all based on her advice. I would encourage you as the panel, should you wish to engage with her, should you want further legal clarification as opposed to our lay advice.
Can I comment that you seem to be doing just fine given the extent to which in stream 1 you predicted the outcome of Judge Dwyer's decision.
Thank you. We have more to talk about. We've obtained advice from Joanna Theodore. She is a registered architect and heritage specialist. I will comment that just like lawyers, it's hard to get heritage experts to agree on subject matter. We contracted Mrs. Nina Smith, sorry about the confusion on the last names there, to conduct a professional valuation of our home in its present condition, to help us assess what the implications are for us. Judy Kavanagh provided her expert opinion on the quality of evidence from the council, and Nick Lico, who is an architect, helped us understand what the remediation costs would be for our house in its current condition. So if it's not abundantly clear, what we are seeking is to remove item 514, which is our home, from the proposed district plan. We are also seeking to remove 28 Robinson Street, which is our home, from the council's unlisted heritage database based on the merits of the heritage value. To say this process has been taxing is probably an understatement. It really has consumed our lives. The cost has been greater than just financial for us. There are a lot of things that we have had to miss out on. It has been incredibly stressful. I think I'm at about 5 pounds of stress eating. That's a little bit more. But obviously this is our home. It's fairly important and central to our lives. And I don't think I can overstate this. And I think you've probably heard that a few times from some of the other submitters. Okay. So our submission in one slide. What we have done is we have questioned the balance of incentives and motivations of the council to protect heritage. When there is no cost or consequence to collecting houses, of course you're going to collect more. The council has failed to establish a shortage of modernism in their existing inventory and yet has pushed for more. Despite using this claim as the justification of listing our property in the first place. As I hope you are aware, the impact on us is significant, and this is more than just the financial cost. We do like numbers, that is our background, we are drawn to them, but it is more than just the financial cost. We see little, if any, community value gained from listing our home, and consider, because the listing does prevent us from maintaining our house, the community value of listing our home is actually diminished because it will degrade. We also reiterate that having no regard, despite being able to, for property rights of individuals reduces the value, is a reduction in value held by many people in the community. We repeat that the council is not meeting their requirements under the RMA to protect heritage. And the feeling that we get through this process is that it is heritage first and legislation second. We don't believe that the council has provided evidence to support that they are meeting the standards of a good regulator. There is a significant power imbalance between individuals and the council that is in knowledge and resources and time and everything else. The New Zealand Treasury sets clear expectations for this, and I think we've gone through that with you guys. Following on from this, the evidence used to justify the listing of our home is inadequate. And we hope through that about 100 pages, we have presented a compelling case that the heritage value of our home is low to the community, and that listing our home will provide no net benefit for society. So I guess it's a bit over to you and what you guys would like to do for the rest of the session. We have a bit more detail and a couple of things that we would like to talk about, but I think we will probably push back to you guys to see what your preference is. And we do have prepared slides on the following topics. So where would you like to start?
I have a lot of questions tagged in your material, and I suspect that my questions will your answers to my questions will spin out into a further discussion. And I wonder if the smart play is for us to ask you our questions and then take a break while you reflect on, is there anything that we haven't covered that you'd like to stress? So I'm not saying that we'll ask you think about 30 seconds. We'll take a 5-minute break, and you can just reflect on, well, what have we talked about? What points did you particularly want to make? What haven't you covered? Having had 5 minutes to think, what else would you want to say about the questions we have asked? It's always easier after the event to think, well, I wish I'd said this. But are you happy with that?
Yep.
First thing I'd say is that in terms of your secondary relief, removing from the council's database, we only have jurisdiction over the district plan. What what the council chooses to put in its database is its business. We don't have any, like we can suggest to them, but that's not our wheelhouse.
I think that's all we're looking for. Is the suggestion.
The interesting thing is that you make a strong case that there are inherent biases in the system. As Cutten made that position. Let's write this down first. The interesting point to us is that we've had strong submissions from heritage groups that say the heritage provisions are far too enabling, that they focus on enabling things and they don't focus on conservation of heritage. So what's your response? Because as you say, we're getting you, and you're not the only ones, from one perspective, and we're getting the opposite view from other submitters. And
so I think another point that you have discussed at length throughout the process is the lack of grading or ranking in the system, and that is part of the challenges. You have one set of rules that have to apply to everything. So if we look at modernist buildings, the same rules that apply to the Beehive, which is another modernist building, apply to our home. And perhaps it's the system that needs some work, and maybe you do need to rank your heritage and protect it accordingly.
Just from my perspective, turning that on, just raised sort of two quotes there, one from the Australian Productivity Commission and one from the evidence provided on the property rights, that these incentives are well acknowledged and understood, the imbalance that exists, and you know, those incentives align exactly with the behaviour you're experiencing, which is interest groups seeking more and more and more to be listed because they don't bear any costs. I think there's been some discussion earlier in the panel about other heritage protection regimes, particularly around the international studies that have incentives at play. So, for example, I think UK was mentioned, it had a 17% tax relief. That changes the regime, and people willingly want their heritage on the list to get the tax relief. It rebalances those incentives. But at the moment, the council and the interest groups are incentivised to seek more and more. And we made that comparison to Auckland. So the question for the panel is quite similar to a question you asked the council early in the session. I think you asked with regards to the drop in property value, what is the number? Where's the cutoff? Where's the line? So we would ask the same question here, or a similar question: how much is enough? We need 50% of the houses listed. You know.
The interesting thing to me coming out of that is you made the case, well, there isn't any shortage of listed modernist homes. We heard yesterday from Dr. Khan opposing listing of the Khan House. We'll hear this afternoon from the Shirley Smith Family Trust opposing the listing of the Such House. You're obviously here opposing the listing of your house. It's a common thread that the owners of modernist houses are not deeply appreciative of the council listing their homes, to use a neutral frame. Now, I'm not suggesting a divide and rule type operation, but if we accepted everybody's submissions, then the council might be right. There would be an underrepresentation So how do we respond, not just to your submission, but to other submissions?
Just to raise a couple of points there. You know, the point is there's not an underrepresentation on the OPD to justify going and get more listings. So that's before those are taken into account. They haven't established that case that there is a shortage to pursue more. We've gone through at some length to uncover that, having the gaps in modernism repeated to us as the reason for listing. And we've arrived at a position where the Council's heritage expert agrees there is no shortage. In terms of modernist houses themselves, it is well known that a lot of them were quite experimental in their adoption of new materials, and that's led to a lot of issues with maintenance and how best to maintain them. Our heritage expert presented in their submission on the issues that creates and the additional uncertainty that relates to the conservation or preservation methods around modernist house. So there's more disagreement and debate in those resource consents. The cost is high. So, you know, for our case, our property is in such poor condition that this rubber really hits the road quite strongly, as other modernist houses may be in far better condition. I haven't looked into those in detail. I am aware from the Council's evidence that you do have an option, particularly with regard to our architect, that other submitters are encouraging you to list their property, the Dobson House. Our view there is that is in better condition. We think it better reflects the style with the full front glass windows of the modernist era. Tumas House wasn't unconstrained as the HHE expects. You know, budgets and all sorts of things constrained what could be done.
Yeah. Going to condition issues. In a perfect world, putting aside the heritage issues, assuming you have limitless funding, which is invariably a constraint on any renovation project, what would you want to do with your place?
So we, unfortunately for us, started having that conversation between the two of us, which, as you can appreciate, takes time to come up with what you want out of your home. We started having that serious detailed conversation about 2 weeks before we received our letter in the mail congratulating us that we were heritage listed. We love our home. We do like the modernist style, so we were going to keep the best elements of our house and have always planned to do that. My brother is an architect in Canada. We had hopes of being able to bring in some of his design ideas into our family home, and that means a lot to us.
Yeah, so we don't know because we've devoted all our resource to this process, not to our project to remediate our home. We also devoted funds to this process, not to that. So that's an example in itself of consequence of these processes in listing on the protection of heritage, the remediation of our home. So that commits us to another probably 2 winters of living in a cold, damp, unhealthy house, which we might have otherwise avoided.
Speaking from personal experience, my solution to the dynamic you said is to ask my wife what she wanted to do and agree with her.
We're still working on that.
Whereupon I was accused of not thinking hard enough about it.
Well, I think you should really take your advice on board.
We've had some interesting discussions very late at night or very early in the morning, depending on your interpretation, as some of these deadlines have come due. So It's not to say our relationship may have been strained at some points during this process as well.
Yeah. You've made a strong case that, you know, the council hasn't properly considered the costs on you, both from a public policy point of view and in terms of the legal response, section 32. One possible answer that we've explored with other spinners is that while section 32 is the overall direction plan making, in this case we also have the overlay of the regional policy statement directing identification of significant heritage on the basis of a range of criteria. And there are issues about how you interpret that policy that I've explored with some of the lawyers, but and then a direction to protect the identified heritage from inappropriate subdivision use development. That in turn has the overlay of the Supreme Court's guidance as to what that means, which is in summary not a lot, in its King Salmon decision, becomes circular to protect it from the identified values. It's inappropriate if you don't protect the identified values, and it's appropriate if you do, effectively. That's a 30-second process of quite a complex decision. So we have this overlay that we are directed to give effect to, and that doesn't give the same preeminence to section 32 as you have emphasised. There is an answer background. That's not the whole story, because the legislative changes that accompanied the NPSUD in late December 2021 said there is some overlay of consideration of costs, but it's not what you might call a full section 32 analysis. So that's a long, complex response to say, well, there's more to it than section 32, and the full section 32 may not even apply given the regional policy statement. So now that's a legal curveball, but have you given any thought to that?
I mean, I guess I'll start, given it's a legal matter, we aren't lawyers, so there's a lay opinion.
Well, as I said before, you're doing quite a good job so far.
So our interpretation would be that policy 21 doesn't overrule the RMA. So I'm not familiar with the case, King Salmon case, but we would expect that anything that happens there would still have to go through that process. Notwithstanding that, it's just good process to identify the effects before you go and take action, or you may achieve the entire outcome you were seeking. So the way we interpret the RMA and that governing document is that it does provide the national guidance. I know the council's view is there's sort of a lacking of national guidance around how to address section 6F and its national significance. Our view would be that the guidance is already there in section 32 and under the purpose of the RMA. So this chart here, sort of notwithstanding the environmental part that I haven't included here, from our submission, sets out the criteria against social, economic and cultural well-being for both people and the community, and that requirement for net benefit. So if I think of the next slide, these are the steps that we see in this process. First one being identified, which is, as you say, policy 21 of the RPS, that it must be identified. There's also policy 22, obviously, alongside that, requiring if it's significant to be protected. The eligibility for listing is what we see as the HHE. So is it eligible? It's not a decision to list or not, because these important other factors haven't been done. And that's reflected in the council's own methodology of what they expect in the outcome of an HHE. It's a recommendation that this property is eligible for listing, notwithstanding they haven't accounted for the costs and benefits yet. Obviously, Section 32 requires options to be considered, identified and considered, and the effects anticipated from the action to be considered. So we've provided some quite strong examples where the effects that are anticipated from listing are actually negative for heritage. So once those effects are identified, then the costs and benefits can be weighed and you can go to a proposal to list. However, this is what we believe council has done, where they've gone straight from eligibility to listing. They've kind of skipped Section 32 and 77J. There is stuff in Section 32 about individual listings, but it's very dismissive, doesn't really account for them. The interesting thing is, earlier in this session, Mr. Whittington essentially said it's your job to weigh the costs and benefits, but the council hasn't done their part of identifying the effects and it's trying to quantify those costs to what we would say is an adequate scale and significance of the intervention. If we take the council's position of a minus 10% across the board from heritage from the Auckland study, we have our own issues with that. But even at that, you're talking in 100 million across their portfolio, yet they can't even do a site visit. No attempt. They say it's impractical to do valuations of the impacts on property. It's like, well, their property value drops 450,000. It's a few thousand to get a property valuation done, but that's a very small cost in terms of the consequence of listing.
The answer that the council gave us, I don't think you're being entirely fair to Mr. Whittington. I don't think he was saying that we should take on the council's obligations, but he was saying that at the end of the process, we needed to look at all the material before us and make our own evaluation of costs and benefits.
I guess what I'm saying is they haven't, jump to the next slide, they haven't done what he said, which was, the private impacts are a matter to be considered through both Section 32 and 77J, and that these statutory tests must be met. And our argument is they haven't met them, they haven't informed you with the evidence you need to make your decision. You don't have enough information.
I should pause and say a long monologue about the legal framework in relation to where the RPS fits in. It's 77J that definitely does apply over the top, which does require some consideration of costs and benefits. It's not framed in the same language as Section 32, but it's arguably pretty similar.
Yeah.
And that the council's argument was, of course, that they are able to amalgamate and assess costs and benefits in the round rather than on a house by house basis, and they rely on the Auckland study. Ms. Kavanagh doesn't think a lot of that. No doubt you agree with her. But what's your response to that argument across the table?
I guess we don't see anything that says you don't have to take into account the individual house impacts, and I guess to say through the process they wanted to list one of their HNZPT houses, right? That was the only change following it. They would have to do a Section 32AA. So an individual house would have to be assessed in that case. It wouldn't be as a group because it's changed the plan. So I think when we go into some of those valuation metrics, it becomes quite clear. Sorry, just trying to find that the impacts are quite variable. So we have looked at the UK study, the Australian study, and the Auckland study. Notwithstanding the Greater Wellington Regional Council advice in terms of the guidance to Policy 21, they encourage or strongly state that you should use primary sources of evidence, not secondary ones. But they do helpfully say that secondary ones can lead you to the primary sources. So we've taken that concept here and looked at these studies as other submitters may have. So there was some discussion with the council about the incentives in the UK and this tax relief. That's just simply not the case in Wellington, and therefore must be discounted. It's like, why would you be surprised that if you got a tax rebate, the value of the property would be more than the neighbouring property that didn't, right? Imagine a full rates remission for heritage buildings would instantly make the market value of those heritage buildings high, essentially enduring rates remission. The second study there, the Australian one, points to a potential 12% increase, but this also must be discounted. That refers to a time when there were incentives. Actually, it would have been Wellington City Council's responsibility to maintain and protect that heritage. And the Auckland study, while we agree is most relevant, all of these studies only look at heritage areas. So they are not looking at individual listings. And we raised that in our speaking notes in reflection of the 77J requirements. Even at a heritage area level, the range in that Auckland study is from +9 to -26% in terms of impact of listing. So our individual house from a registered valuer coming in at 29% is not wildly different. And if I go into a bit more detail, this is an example of what was considered in the UK study. They are considering canals, rivers, beaches, country parks, gardens, wildlife attractions.
Castles, ruins, a whole range of heritage.
So it's not even talking about the same thing. If I carry on to the Australian study, with that had 12% claims, it references 4 items. We jump to those. The one on the right, which refers to the 2004 study, when the 1977 Heritage Act applied, and this act required, for example, the council to compile a register and look after the assets on behalf of the community. So we believe that implies incentives. One of the other examples is a legal case, and it basically concluded it was a lack of appropriate evidence. And we come back to a common reference. It's our footnote 7, which is the Productivity Commission report from Australia, and it clearly warns of significant negative impacts, and that these impacts can differ or be highly variable between properties. To return to an earlier comment about our house being in really bad condition, that's a magnifying impact, we believe, on that. So should I continue through the Auckland study?
Yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah. So the Auckland study is a good study. but it is looking at heritage areas and special character areas. It's not relevant to isolated houses like ours, but it would be relevant to the effect on the areas, the heritage areas in Wellington. There are limitations in the 77J assessment where they haven't considered, well, they've considered capacity, they haven't considered location of that capacity. That seems to be discounted. As long as there's capacity within the requirements for the city, it's not important. So across all these studies, we believe that Ms. Smith is probably not the right person to be looking at this. I think during her engagement with the Commission, it was quite frustrating for us to see that the amount of personal experience that was relied upon to answer your questions. For example, I'm not seeing cheap heritage buildings come through in the flyers in my mailbox, therefore there's no impact of listing, and other such comments. You know, this is really an economic question and should have been passed to one of the council's many economic experts. So to summarise, on the left and right here, we've provided a summary of what we've done. We provided a registered valuation, and that's from a professional valuer. It takes into account market conditions, and those are local market conditions. And the other thing here is it takes into account the perception of heritage, right? It's what the market believes it to be, not what, even if it is different, right? And there's a lot of uncertainty around what heritage means and what the provisions are. So the council deliberately runs a process where it keeps all the discretion, and hence no one knows kind of what they can do. There's no certainty, so best not buy that house and just avoid it. So that valuation did include a comprehensive site visit. Mr. Whittington referred to our house as not a leaky home, so he wishes to discount the comparative analysis in that report, but I don't know what his definition of a leaky home is. We have water coming through our walls, our ceiling, and the foundation back wall. For us, that's creating substantial moisture issues, and it's akin to a leaky home. The heritage expert, relying on the architectural expert as well, considers all that in their evaluation and the certainty that significant work would be required, which would butt up against all these heritage provisions almost immediately. So the method that was used is an international standard method, and it was peer reviewed within Tauwhiti Young, and it's the same valuer that the council uses for their own work. So the scale of the effect that came out of that is not miles away from the Auckland study, which was for areas, and we've already spoken that we know it's more variable for individual properties. However, on the right-hand side, we provide what we believe the council has done, which is essentially a 10-minute Google, some studies. We do not believe the evidence that is presented to the panel should be at all limited by Ms. Smith's ability to read it or understand it. You know, it should be a comprehensive review. This is a matter of substantial significance when you look across that portfolio of the impact on Wellington. We've already spoken about the comments made there. Respectfully, Mr. Whittington acknowledges he is not an expert valuer, and we would ask the panel, would you go to Mr. Whittington for health advice? So, you know, we have engaged the expert, and the council has not counted with an expert of their own.
Okay, understand your argument and we reasoning. That's majority. Want to go on and talk about comparisons. Well, is Wellington overweighted for heritage compared to? I understand the reasoning in I'm left wondering whether the difference between lots will have again this because she's Auckland based, whether the difference in population portion heritage building per population is a function of both of the extent to which Auckland has grown in population last 3 or 4 decades, and the keenness of Aucklanders to knock over their existing heritage buildings that I'll give you an example. In the 80s, I was living and working in Dunedin, which is full of heritage buildings in its central city. And at the same time, Auckland developers were merely knocking over all their central city heritage. All of the Dunedin heritage remained because the economy was moribund and there was no money in redeveloping those inner city sites. So that just makes me wonder whether the answer to the disparity that you're identifying is subject of is potentially just floating an idea, is potentially explainable by that.
Yeah, well, I guess in this sense, we're talking about protected heritage rather than all heritage, right? So the bar charts here are what's protected. I think in terms of those pressures that come on the stock of heritage items, I don't think we can disagree that Auckland's seen huge development, but the protected items should still would have been protected. So what we're measuring is against the housing stock rather than population as well, which is a nuance. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. So if you say there is a difference between the council regimes for willingness to protect, or I think we mentioned in our speaking notes that the zest with which they pursue the protection of heritage buildings, that's where we land with the difference, or at least part of the difference. Although that point's not noted by the council as one of the things that can explain the differences.
Maybe the growth in Auckland, we'll talk about its protected heritage, but the attitude towards heritage has been shifting over time. So your complaint is that yours is a new listing, and obviously in the ODP there was a body of heritage listing, and the council has gone out and looked at things that were not formally listed that they think should be. Problem with the criteria they've applied and the methodology, I understand that. But equally, say in Auckland, too late for the council to go out and look for more heritage because everything has been degraded or knocked over because of those development pressures. Now, I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just asking the question, is that a possible explanation?
Yes, it is. But I think if you look at, for example, Smith's breakdown by area, there are parts of Auckland that have seen quite a bit of development, and then there are other regions of Auckland that have seen a little bit less development. And apologies, I've only actually been to Auckland in passing.
Very wise.
But I know there are definite areas within Auckland that still have retained a lot of their heritage and their character. So Devonport, for example, would probably, in my mind, be comparable. Heritage is highly valued there. It is hard to get to, and especially before the bridge was in place, there was a lot less development pressure for that area. And I think it would have been shielded from some of that push for intensification. So if we compare from the charts here, and you have to remember these numbers are also, if you compare the numbers on the bottom from Wellington, from Miss Smith, this is all of the Auckland Unitary Plan numbers from 2020. And at the bottom, that is the pre-PDP numbers. So they're not comparable and the scales are different. But if we compared Devonport, that's at about, call that 4. Wellington is at, call that 5. And they are pushing to double the number of houses. So the bottom chart.
So it's 4 per 1,000.
Yeah, so it would be about 4 in Devonport to roughly 10. And this is all heritage, not just homes in Devonport. And that's where if you break it down and you scratch the surface on it, we have to be cautious in these comparisons. But this is what I would point to answer your question.
Yes,
so that,
I note that Dunedin is sitting at 11.
Yes, yep, and Dunedin is a special case, and it is a big part of the city is the heritage. Dunedin also has the beautiful stone buildings. So as a geologist, I love Dunedin. Other than the earthquake problems in New Zealand, stone buildings are great. They don't rot away. They're not wood. They don't rot. And a really nice stone building in Dunedin is going to be a lot easier to maintain and keep standing for years.
I mean, that's the issue with some of the UK studies as well. What the heritage that we are talking about it does not have the longevity that the UK has. We have our European history, which I think in our report we talk about something like 85–90% of the protected heritage. We're talking about the last 200 years. It's kind of the Maori heritage that was here before it. It's a bit of an afterthought in our UK legislative system of protecting heritage. So I guess that takes us back to your point, Commissioner or Chair, where the Auckland heritage was demolished. It's like, well, the Maori heritage was demolished and lost. We obviously didn't have protection back then, or appropriate protection.
I was interested in your analysis, page 24, of sort of impact on capacity, basically removing the ability to amalgamate sites.
So there's a few issues we have with that 77J assessment. One is that capacity was just capacity. They don't value capacity near the CBD any higher than capacity on the outskirts. They're just trying to meet that threshold of can we provide the capacity within Wellington to meet the required standards. To my mind, they discount this effect of listed heritage, notwithstanding they appear to entirely exclude new heritage from that assessment, which is where we don't think they meet that test, but they are including in aggregate the impact of historic heritage, which we assume is the OPD numbers. But there is this impact that they don't realise. A heritage area, which is a cohesive set of homes, one, we think it has higher value because you can get better appreciation, but two, it doesn't have this magnifying effect. So we used the example in our submission using the council's number of, it's a small number of listings, and show that this is getting up to 1% or 1.3% of the entire home stock within Wellington City. In this example, albeit very contrived, we've illustrated that taking out 1% of buildings can have a massive effect on what development can occur. you know, if you start thinking about corner sites, that the developments that Kaingaora does, where they kind of buy 3 sections of building, 4 times the number of units than were there before. It's the joining 2 streets through with access on both sides. It's all that type of development behaviour that gets impacted by this. I think someone called it Swiss cheese earlier, of kind of little pockets of protection. Notwithstanding the value for those people that are next to it, and this comes out in some of the heritage study in Auckland, when you know your neighbour can't develop, you actually value your site more, because you're guaranteed they will never block your light because they've got a heritage building.
Question I have for you about this, I can understand you saying it's an illustrative concept. I can understand the argument you're making if you're talking about the Arrow flat, but query the applicability to you up on the ridgeline of Mount Vic. How likely is it that the properties in Roberson Street will be able to be amalgamated?
I mean, I guess from my side there, we do have examples on that hillside of terraced housing. There's some very nice apartments further along Oriental Bay that essentially step down in multiple levels. So should the house, you know, we've got Palliser Road and Robinson Street essentially above each other in parallel, running along the hillside. There would be opportunities for those to be connected together and provide, I guess, enhanced foot access to a property, and maybe the parking's at the top. I don't know. You know, it's not something we're pursuing or investigating, but to illustrate, if our home was heritage listed, it absolutely could not occur, and you could potentially fit 6 or 7 units in there, or nice apartments, great sun, good view, close to the CBD, close to a bus route. From Palliser Road, it would only be 15 minutes down the hill, something in the walking distance to the city. That I ponder, and I don't get into this, but walking downhill is faster than walking uphill, right? So on the way down, you may be within the bounds of the intensification policies. Might have to take the bus home though.
Yes, we've had a lot of discussion about walkable management.
Yeah.
Don't go there.
Yeah. No, I'm happy to stay out of that one.
That was actually all the questions I had to hand over to my colleagues, since I've monopolised the discussion so far.
I've got, of course, coming from Auckland, knowing Auckland very well, knowing the heritage scene in Auckland very well. I'm just wondering if the comparisons between the Greater Wellington and the tiny Devonport, which is a very early suburb that is actually very, very close to the city. And that's the reason why it was developed that early on, because you could just, you know, hop in a boat, go across. So in that respect, it's actually more city centred than a suburb. I'm just wondering if that comparison, and that's actually following on what our chair has been asking you, the amount of people compared to the heritage listings, I would see that the heritage listings predominantly are pre-1930s in Wellington, pre-1940s for Auckland, because that was the cut-off date in Auckland for many years. This is at a time when the population in the 2 cities was growing at this roughly the same rate.
I think Auckland was quite ahead at that point, but we didn't continue on. But Auckland was starting to ramp up quite significantly.
This trends further apart from this point forward.
But would you agree that Auckland is growing now, or over the last 20 years, on an exorbitant rate compared to Wellington? So at the end of the day, we will have many more people there now than like percentage-wise, many more people there now than what we had in the 1940s or 50s compared to Wellington. And of course, the body of heritage buildings that's listed is still the same with much less people. So I think the comparison would be maybe more accurate if you compare the heritage listings in the 1950s between the two rather than now, because you know you're getting those millions of people that have come into Auckland over the last decades, but no extra heritage. So I think the balance is not.
Yeah.
It gives you a skew.
I'd support that rationale. What you're saying is the denominator is inflated in the Auckland case because of the development in the last 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
I agree would be an effect there. I don't think it would explain the full effect. You know, Wellington to some extent has been sheltered by that because of the constraints on capacity within the city, and the development has occurred further out. You know, in other councils, maybe obviously Auckland being a unitary authority as well, has brought that all together, and they have that capacity to expand within that.
Yeah.
I would say though, the Auckland Heritage team is great to deal with, as in they're very responsive. If you send an email, you can answer the next day. So we did get the data that's underlying all that in order to do the apples and apples comparison.
I guess.
And everything that we did receive from them, it was very thorough. It was very professional. You know, it did go in every case above and beyond what we asked for. We weren't getting half-completed notes from a workshop that were missing an entire third of the sessions. Everything was of our standard of excellence, really.
I guess the difference there is, from what I see from the outside, and I'm working with the heritage team in Auckland a lot, there is a big heritage team. There is a lot of people. I don't think that Wellington has even half as many people in the heritage team too.
Nationally significant. I guess our push to the council is why not?
Yeah, so we struggle with that concept.
But that's something, you know, if there is not enough staff on the ground, that's not really something that we can deal with.
No, but it does. You have to question the council's view when they say dismiss the private cost because it's a matter of national importance, while at the same time saying we're under-resourced and we're not committing more resource to it. It's a matter of how can you hold those two views at the same time? It's just costs, and if importance is where costs should be dismissed or not signed, the heritage team in Wellington should be the biggest team.
Yeah, I hear you. A question that I'd like to ask you with regards to the consideration of the condition of a place. In your view, is the condition of a place an element that has some considerable influence on the heritage values of a place?
I think, yes. When you think of what people value about heritage, they value originality, good condition, accessibility, these types of things. So we absolutely think it should be in there. This is where I point to some perhaps disagreement between the council's heritage expert and us in terms of this phrase heritage value. Whereas we're thinking in a sense of value to the community as it may be weighed or measured under the Section 32. Whereas they're very much just thinking of a somewhat academic argument of whether it does or not, irrespective of whether anyone in the community values it.
Now, with that thought, going to the very, very far end of the spectrum, would you then say the ruins in Rome don't have heritage value because it's all broken?
No, I think clearly would disagree with that. I think that's quite a different measure, we are talking about mid-1960s houses. They are wooden. A lot of the great ruins around the world, you know, they are there because they're stone and they haven't rotted away. If they built the Colosseum out of wood, I suggest there wouldn't be much left to come visit.
And nobody's living in those ruins. Nobody has to live without a roof and without walls in a ruin. This is still our home.
That's a good point.
I think the other aspect, just touching on the value, is the value links to the economic impact on us, the financial impact. That's kind of this plugging things together of, because it's in poor heritage, the impact and the burden is huge. And then, you know, the example we provide in the paper, it's like you can actually interpret this entirely as taking property rights, because people would hand the keys back to the bank. You know, you can make people bankrupt through this process. And then how is that a good outcome for heritage? This is the effects of this thing that haven't been identified.
A, you know, newly renovated, freshly painted villa in Mount Victoria has greater heritage value than a house that's falling to ruin.
You've been referring quite a number of times to Dr. Hartley's thesis. I haven't seen that thesis. Do we have that?
We can provide that. I think it's available. Yeah. It's mostly through our heritage experts, you know, and their expertise that's linked through that.
Yeah, because it seems that he has actually looked quite intensely on modern heritage rather than on
So when we get to it, we would like to walk you through a little bit of what the impact is on us and walk you through a bit of the process. And I think part of our challenge is a lot of the heritage rules are not really fit for purpose for modernist homes. They really do have sort of that classic Victorian villa in mind. The cladding on our house, for example, is old growth redwood. We absolutely cannot replace it and morally would not want to. But yet, how do we deal with that under the heritage rules? And we'll walk through that example because I think it's really important. But there's no flexibility in the rules to do this. And how does stain on untreated wood surfaces apply? It's not paint and it's not rendering. These are all important considerations that really only affect a couple of houses. So they haven't had a lot of time or effort or thought put into them. But when you have to apply incredibly strict and narrow rules to it, it doesn't work and it breaks the system. And we end up with a poor heritage outcome because of it. You know, we're not actively trying to destroy our home or anything like that, but the rules will prevent us from maintaining our home. Perhaps if you guys would like, we can walk you through that and why we strongly feel that way.
If I just can ask another question, and then feel free to walk us through that. With regards to the assessment on the costs and the effects, are you aware of any other council, like for example Auckland, since you've brought up that their system regularly, Auckland or any other council who has actually gone out and has done the evaluation house by house for the buildings that they are actually trying to protect?
I think Auckland has, particularly where homeowners are opposed. They have always done a site visit and site inspection.
Yeah, a site visit, but I'm talking about an
evaluation.
Yeah.
I'm not aware off the top of my head. No.
Yeah, no, I do know that they do site visits.
And I think even
regularly.
The Mount Victoria stuff here, you know, at least everyone did walk around. The Boffa Maskell report did put quite a lot of effort into establishing what was there. Whereas just it's absent now.
I think this was all from me. So either I don't. Yeah.
No, we'll go to our
Go
colleagues
to the colleagues first, and then
and then we'll take the planners. We'll ask our remaining questions. We'll take a full 5-minute break, and so you can reflect on what we've talked about, and we'll go from there.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Keir and Ms. Cutten. I'm trying to step back a little bit, and I've got 3 areas of questions. And the first relates to the process, and I wondered if you could bring up the slide again that showed the sequential process from identification through to listing. Yeah, and
For the next one.
yeah, that's the one. Okay. I'm really interested in this process because it really goes to the central issue about listings per se, and the intersection of the higher order direction and the Act in terms of Section 6F and the its intersection with the MPSUD. I've, for convenience, split that. I've drawn some vertical lines after one after the first 2 blue circles, and then one before the final one. So you've got identification and eligibility first.
Yep.
Then you've got the assessment process, which are the green bubbles, and then you've got a final decision to list it. So for my convenience, that's how I've assessed that process. If we look at the first process about identification and eligibility, the driver there is obviously Section 6F to protect historic heritage from an appropriate subdivision and development. Interestingly enough, that's a direction has a qualification inbuilt into it. It's not protection per se, it's protection from an appropriate subdivision and development. The embodiment of that RMA direction is in the regional policy statement, policies 21 and 22, and councils must give effect to that, and that's the normal first schedule process. Under the IPI, they obviously have to give effect to policy 21 and 22 with the lens of the MPSUD overlaid over that, and that's where the identification, the assessment and the green bubbles comes in. So the evidence in front of us from Ms. Smith on identification and eligibility, those first 2, is at her, well, it's in her report attached to the 42A, and in paragraph 379, she says, my view is that this property meets the WCC heritage criteria, the GWRC RPS criteria, and therefore is eligible for inclusion. So that's her technical evidence. You've referred us to some work that's been done by Ms. Kavanagh.
Yep.
And sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Now we've got information from them, but we don't have the ability to question those people and test that evaluation. So that creates a bit of an issue for us.
If you have questions, pass them through. Yeah, essentially, Judy or Miss Kavanagh's response aligns with Kerry's, Kerry Anderson, who also agreed at the start of our submission that the evidence in the HHE was not of a level that would support listing.
Yes.
So Ms. Kavanagh's evidence essentially aligns with Judy's, but goes into more detail. Specifically, I think 60% of the references there are to immemorial articles that occurred within the month after Bill 2 Math passed.
Yes, I was thinking more of the evidence of Joanna Theodore, who's a registered architect and heritage specialist.
Yep.
That's the evidence that would be directly comparable to that of Ms. Smith.
Yeah, essentially there's 2 different opinions there.
Yes. And so when we're confronted with contested evidence, the ability to prefer one or the other is often determined by the ability to test the evidence. And all I'm saying is that we don't have that ability in relation to Ms. Theodore.
Miss Theodore is Auckland-based. We did undertake the expense to bring her to Wellington to evaluate our home the first time around, and I'm sure you can appreciate paying a heritage expert to come to Wellington to speak to you.
Yes,
Just adds to our substantial investment so far.
Absolutely, and I'm certainly not saying that we would discount the evidence of Ms. Theodore at all. I mean, it is what it is. It's just that it might have been helpful to actually understand it better, but to have the ability to question her. But I guess that's not so much my point. My point is at the end of those first two bullet points about identifying ineligibility, is your fundamental position that the property does not meet the council's heritage criteria and the regional policy statements criteria, and therefore is not eligible? Is that your position?
Yes.
Yeah. And you're relying on Ms. Theodore for that position.
In some of our own work, we're not saying there's no value.
Yes.
Bill Tumath was a local architect in Wellington.
Sure.
We don't think he's at the level of Arlington or Athfield, who, if I understand it correctly, Athfield was a distinguished fellow of NZIA. He was heavily involved with establishing the School of Architecture at Victoria University. He's designed stuff internationally and across New Zealand, whereas Tumath's work's only Wellington-based. The council has managed to come up with 6 buildings. His most notable is the Teachers College, Koori Teachers College. And there's a lot of a bit of a media storm around what's happened there, which seems to have elevated his status somewhat.
Look, I understand that, and I'm going to leave that to my colleague, particularly Commissioner Lutz, and she's already asked you some questions on that. Can we hypothetically, though, park that and let's, I know you probably don't want to do this, but let's assume it does qualify and it is eligible. Therefore, the focus is on the middle 3 matters and section 77J, which are put, and in fact, it's very similar to 3.33 of the MPS, particularly clauses 1 and 2. They're quite interchangeable, those tests. It seems to me that your real beef is that the level of analysis is just not fit for purpose in terms of demonstrating why the area is subject to the qualifying matter, why the qualifying matter is incompatible with the level of development, assessing why there needs to be building height and density controls, and more importantly, what the costs and benefits of opposing those are. They're all part of that section 77J test, aren't they?
Yeah, well, specifically with 77J, looking at Mr. Osborne's evidence there and what we've provided in the speaking notes, we just don't even think it's included. New heritage is excluded from the analysis because of his statement that he assumes the impact's already been taken account of in the market value.
Yeah. What I took from what you've just said and all the other material was, if it has been undertaken, it's been undertaken at a macro broad level as opposed to a micro site specific level. And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but is that a reasonable summary of the level of analysis from your perspective?
We would say not included at all at a 77J, but in section 32, yes. Here's an example of the macro level statements that they've provided. What we're saying is we don't think that meets the statutory test.
Yeah, and that's what I thought you were saying. So thank you for confirming that. What I want to put to you is that that approach might be anticipated by the legislation in 77J, where you're dealing with a listed qualified matter such as heritage, compared to a non-specified matter under 77I little j, such as character. And I'm just looking at the wording of the difference between, in this case, it's 333.2 compared to 333.3. So 33.2 is about a listed matter such as Section 6 matters, and subclause 3 is about qualifying character type matters that aren't prescribed. And the wording in subclause 2 is more broad. It talks about why the authority considers that the area it should be subject to, why the qualifying matter is incompatible with the level of development, generally assess the impact that will have on the provision of development capacity, assess the costs and broader impacts. So if you contrast that language with the language in subclause 3, which is identify the specific characteristics, include a site-specific analysis that identifies the sites, evaluates the special characteristics on a site-specific basis, and evaluates a range of options to increase the greater heights while managing the specific characteristics. So at a broad level, it seems that the language between a nominated qualifying matter and a non-prescribed one, such as character, is different, and that might go some way to explain the difference between a macro or approach and a micro approach. I'd be interested in your comments on that.
Well, I guess first, I guess this speaks quite strongly to the Environment Court decision about what can be brought into the IPI.
Yeah.
In terms of if the only things you are assessing through the 77J are the impacts on development, you're not worried about the other impacts that's dealt with in 32. That may explain why it's somewhat limited to the impacts, capacity, height, and density.
Okay, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Is put Judge Dward's decision to one side, because that could lead to a completely different outcome. But again, hypothetically assuming it is eligible, and it's not ultra vires to include this through an IPI process. It comes down to what this legislation is stipulating needs to be the appropriate level of analysis for a listed qualified matter, compared to one that needs to be undertaken on a site-by-site basis. And I certainly understand what you're saying about the evidence of Mr. Osborne and others. It is generally broad. It's generally not a site-specific assessment. Yeah. And I'm just wondering whether you think that might have been contemplated by the legislation.
I have to look at those specific clauses. Okay. I think the intention of what was written, or what was expected to come through the Part 77, 77G, when you read the departmental documents, you think about how that evolved through time and was expanded to add this discretion via ADE 1B. The first instance was very narrow and prescriptive, and it was literally implement MDRS. It was quite firm. Yes. Those other aspects have evolved and added on, and that's tied in that evaluation approach. But the whole part is very much focused on enabling development, and they are trying to make sure that an assessment is done where qualifying matters are introduced which restrict that development without taking it into account.
Yep, I understand.
I don't think 77J, 77J is additional to Section 32. They make that clear that it's an addition. Yes. And they do, I don't have it in front of me because something's happened with my slides. Yes. But it does, the first part of the clause there is identify costs and broader consequence and broader impacts for density. So the cost, but if you take those ands as two separate things, then those costs should be established.
Yes, I guess I fully accept that. The question is, at what level of detail is there a statutory demarcation between Section 6 matters, and for want of a better term, Section 7 matters.
Yeah,
Heritage first character.
I guess I'd say no. I think everything flows through equally. My continuing with Section 6, and this goes to my earlier point about the resource in Wellington City Council, is if it's a matter of national importance, we talk about this in our submission, the difference between significance and importance. Importance is do a good job. Apply the resource, do the evaluation to the required level of detail that reflects the significance of the intervention or the expected or anticipated effects.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your candid answers on that. The second issue is just your secondary relief, and I get it in front of me. So, yes, on page 5 of 27, and so obviously your primary relief is to delist the property. Completely understand that. Secondary relief is includes 10 actions that run from paragraphs 9 through to 18 in the speaking notes. The very first one of those is to make modifications to the district plan heritage provisions and language to remove bias. What did you have in mind there?
So two things here. I'll raise the evidence of Ms. Kavanagh that sees a lot of the language as a pitch, and I hadn't sort of thought of it that way before. But if I can take you back to stream 1 and our submission there, where we tried to rebalance the language to make it impartial and reflect the whole of the community.
At the strategic direction objectives level?
Yes, when we presented on that. So you can look at our submission there.
Yes.
That was a smaller set, and we were able to give you suggestions. We haven't had capacity to get through that. What we're asking is that you reflect on our submission as a whole on the issues we've raised, and just keep that diligent eye out for that bias creeping in.
Yes. Thank you for that. When I read your second relief, I thought my initial reaction was that it was secondary to deleting item 514 from Schedule 1, but by the time I got to the end of paragraph 18, and particularly when I read paragraph 10, it seemed to me that there'll be no essential difference between the primary relief and the secondary relief, because item 10 is seeking the removal of all heritage sites proposed for listing in Schedule 1 through the IPI. So that would remove item 514, wouldn't it also?
Yes, I guess what we're trying to do with the words primary and secondary is we don't want to distract you from our primary goal.
And I appreciate that.
The secondary there is we do believe that IPI issue as a consequence. We've submitted on the removal of appeal rights and us not thinking that's appropriate. However, as we understand it, you would be making a recommendation on that to council. So we would want you to continue through your evaluation of the merits of the case, so that the council, should they wish to go and have another go through a first schedule process, that could be taken into account.
Okay.
Notwithstanding the significant ordeal this has been for us personally.
Sure. And I don't want to detract from your primary relief at all. I wonder whether there is modification to the secondary relief or even a tertiary level, which, and bear with me, I need to ask this question, that sees the retention of 514, but involves the changes that you've identified in items 9 to 18, sans item 10, the item 10, so that the listing is retained, but there's modifications to the language and the rules and the objectives and policies, and then there's other things about matters of protecting heritage through trusts and other incentives, that sort of thing. Whether that's also something that should be on the table. even though it's not your preference.
Yeah, we'd see them as two distinct things. We're asking you to rule on one. Our other points are kind of what we've learned through the process that we want to raise with you. And you know, that's to the panel to decide whether those secondary items have merit or not.
Okay.
On those secondary items, it does sound harsh to suggest that you should remove all of the unsupported heritage. We intentionally did put that as broad, not because we think that you shouldn't protect heritage, but from a fairness point of view, obviously you guys have to look at every submission from that point of view. So it isn't in there as a dig. It's purely out of fairness. And for your point about considering fixing the relief in paragraphs 9 to 18 plus or minus, I think if we walk you through an example, the heritage system and the rules appear to be very broken from our point of view. And I would challenge to you guys, how in the state that they're in, could you fix them in a way that does achieve the heritage outcomes that are needed for some of the heritage in Wellington?
Okay. So
that the monastery, for example, I think everybody is supportive of very limited change, an opportunity to change that building, but houses should not be under that same system.
Acknowledge the point that you made right at the start about these rules are one size fits all, that there's no ranking implicit. The rules apply equally to all listings. And that was a conscious effort, a conscious decision by the council.
Yeah.
Yeah. My final question, I'll keep it very brief. It's sort of the so what question, for want of a better term, and it's so what's the impact of all this? And I've written down two things: effect on property value, but also uncertainty through a consenting process. Don't want to delve into the property value matter because there's some questions on that, but if I can be quite frank, what is it about the resource consent process that concerns you?
So we have quite a bit on this. So
Are you going to come back to us on that?
This is one of the points we'd like to come back on.
Okay.
We'd like to walk you through how we see it and what that process is, so that you guys understand what level of detail we've gone to understand, and also make sure, honestly, that you guys know what we're getting in for.
Well, that would be useful, and I won't take that any further at this point. I'll wait until you do that.
Just one quick question, and it's not for response now, it's more as we work through the rest of what it is you want to talk about. If I was to just ask you, do you feel or do you consider the property has heritage value? So regardless, don't worry about what the experts say or how it's defined by others. If I was to ask you, does it have heritage value? The question then becomes, if you feel it does, what do you consider as appropriate to protect that? So what I'm interested in understanding is, if it does have heritage value in your mind, at a personal level, what do you suggest we should have in our toolbox to protect it? That's the only question. And that's not according to someone else's opinion. That's what I'm looking for is, from you and your perception, if you like, or values. Kapai.
Thank you. Do you want us? We can answer that one really quickly and then maybe take a break. Or do you want us to? It's up to you guys.
Say again.
We can answer that question if you'd like.
Well, why don't we do that on your roundup?
Okay.
Before we, so we'll break now for 5 minutes. Before I do, there's just one thing that occurred to me that I should have said. That we've been advised that Judge Dwyer's decision has been appealed. Goes without saying that whatever the High Court says is probably going to be determinative either way. Just be aware of that. And as I say, we'll break 5 minutes, and then we'll give you 10 minutes to answer the Commissioner's questions and say anything else you want to tell us.
Cool. So just to confirm, we've got the two items there. One, the consequence.
Yes, and one Commissioner Volkers, and I think that's
Fine.
Sum that up in 10 minutes.
So we'll break and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good morning. So you just want to,
So 10 minutes.
oh, yes, of course, yes.
Mr. Whittington raised an error in the valuation report. That'd be useful to.
Yes, you say the world's your oyster. You got 10 minutes to tell us whatever you would like to tell us.
Yeah.
That either you forgot to tell us first, or I forgot to ask you.
Or whether we're really good at guessing what you're going to ask.
Hopefully we can do 10 minutes.
So over to you.
Right. Yes. Let's deal with this first. We're just waiting for the slides to come up, but we'll start anyway. This is
Sam turning it on.
Yes, done.
No, it's not up on the. Hang on.
Is it right, or do I need to reshare?
Oh.
Sorry. Sorry. That's just trying to. There we go. Sorry, wrong button.
Because the volume's on, your mic's on.
Mike.
You're sharing your views twice.
All right.
There we go.
So in response to your question of what do we see as the heritage value, first and foremost, we value the connection to the place, specifically Mount Victoria. In our submission, we had a picture of John Keir. Keir was Matthew's great grandfather that actually came out of the Mount Victoria Heritage Study provided by the council. So we have a long-standing family connection to the place. We do love the modern simplistic style and the attractiveness of the house. That's why we purchased it. And we did love the story about our home that has been recently diminished through this heritage process, but hopefully in time it will come back. And the vintage of our house, just to comment on that, is not really what is often thought of as heritage. So in terms of what do you think you need to protect that heritage, I would challenge that most heritage is protected by the owners already, regardless of the restrictions put in place on them. I think you've heard a lot of examples of people that are actually quite passionate about their homes and protecting them. For us, we have always planned to keep the best part of our home. And in a general sense, you know, if the council just educated people on the value of their homes and history, that would probably be go a long ways.
Yeah, so I guess just to emphasise that most heritage is protected by willing homeowners, right? And it's valued in the market. Well kept, well maintained homes of a certain character, and it will achieve a premium for that. So hopefully that's answered your questions. I'm just Commissioner Faulkner.
So I will try to rush through this, and I'd like you to have as much patience with me as we will need for the resource consent process. So I know you have been hearing that the heritage provisions are somewhat sort of enabling and do allow for changes and modifications. And Mr. McCutcheon may be genuine in that statement, but when he moves onwards and upwards to greater things, we are the ones that are left with the rules in place. So our concerns of working with the council come from our heritage expert who has worked with the council before. Those concerns were reiterated by the NZIA speaker as well. It is well known that the heritage team at the council is challenging to work with. So to understand what listing meant, we went through everything: heritage policies, MFE guides, everything. We talked to 2 different heritage experts. We spoke with the heritage team at the council, and most importantly, we talked to HNZPT about the scope of work required. All of them gave conflicting detail on what a simple recladding of our house would entail. I'd also just like to quickly point out that the resource consent fee reimbursement is not guaranteed in this process. So let's walk through what this means by going through 2 really quick examples. Can we modify our home, and can we even maintain it? So starting with the question, can we modify our home? That brings up standard HHS1 permitted additions, alterations, and partial demolition. The works must be internal to built heritage and not result in new internal walls or floor levels visible from the exterior. This doesn't even state exterior that can be seen from the street or anything like that. This is draconian. You can't change or modify a house that is a modernist house and has big glass windows and expect not to move walls or change walls. So looking at that, I think it's fairly safe to say under these restrictions, you cannot even renovate the inside of your home.
Can I just add one thing maybe for Mr. McCutcheon there? Is that meant to be 1.5 metres? It's very short. Not related to our submission. I'll let Sarah carry on.
So it is fair to say that our submission is in general opposed to further restrictions being added by the PDP. And our challenge to you guys is maybe to keep your hat of an owner in mind when you're going through these rules. We have not had the scope or the capacity to go through them. So walking through the daunting task of simply maintaining our home. I'm not going to go into it in detail, but our house is in rough shape. The roof leaks, the walls leak, the foundation leaks, and the front is subsiding. It does need fixing. So we don't get to avoid this process. As you can see from the photos, there are problems. You cannot assess this from Palliser Road. Because our house is subject to the same harsh environment as the Fairneway apartment windows, we'd really want to reclad with something that is not wood. Wood needs to be stained to meet modern codes every 2 to 5 years. That would probably be for us on that 2-year end of the spectrum, and you'd have to put up scaffolding each time. So that's 25K in scaffolding every 2 years. So wood is not a feasible option to replace our cladding with. Old growth redwood is not available, full stop, and we don't want to use it anyways. So it's also important to note, Bill 2 when he built the house sought maintenance-free material. So nearly everything we want to do requires a resource consent. Cladding, for example, is triggered by Clause A here, changes to the exterior fabric. Next. So our challenge to the council's statement that the restrictions are somewhat enabling is in part driven by this. For recladding, it is an alteration, so Rule HHP7 applies. So for an alteration, the council will have to have regard to advice obtained from a suitably qualified heritage professional, including HNZPT. So as you know, give regard is basically gospel. The council may claim to be reasonable, but our experience so far with HNZPT is that that may not be the case. They have already expressed that there is no way that they would consider any recladding in anything other than timber. There is a slim possibility they might consider a swap from redwood to cedar. Redwood requires even more maintenance as it is a softer wood than redwood. But even then, that is a maybe.
So who was that you were saying?
HNZPT.
To inform
our views, we talk to them.
It's HNZPH. That's the confusion. It used to be Historic Places Trust. Sorry, keep going.
Yes. Sorry. So under the old LDP, there was a little bit of flexibility on this. Not a lot, but some. At least the council had some discretion to with what consents were notified and which ones were limited notified and so on. And there was no requirement to give regard to sorry, I can't remember what the acronym was. HNZPT.
Just call them HNZ.
HNZ. Unless the place was listed by them, which our house is not. So this allowed for some practicality. So the heritage rules now do not include notification status notes. This is really important. There are fewer exceptions applied, and that's based on the evidence from, or the advice from Emily Bayliss. So it's not our opinion. So for a restricted discretionary activity, which is everything, changing windows, shading, siding, anything. This is a notified or no non-notified consent process as outlined in section 95A and B of the RMA, which is quite complex. So when you're trying to find a compromise in building standards, heritage, cost, schedules, etc., this is just another layer of complex uncertainty, cost, and delays. So what this means, and this is the last 3 slides, so it's the home stretch. We're just going to walk through the steps and just the incremental heritage cost for this to understand what this is all about. So just to get a resource consent to repair the siding, and this is seeking a composite or a non-wood material, maybe aluminum, yet to be determined, this is what it would cost us. So of course we'd have to lodge a resource consent. The heritage component of that is going to be roughly $6,000. That's from Joanna's advice. And then we lodge the consent. I'll explain shortly why this would in every situation be a notified consent. And under section 92.2, HNZPT advice would be sought, and you would have to give regard to that. HNZT is not well known for their pragmatism, balance, or quick responses. So when the council seeks their advice, the clock stops. In general, we were told to assume at least 2 to 3 months, plus or minus. So that just adds another delay. And then the council has to give regard and determine their own position. So you pay the $5,000 to the council for that time. So then if the council or HN or Heritage New Zealand does not agree with the proposed resource consent application, you hit a stalemate, and that's another delay of likely a couple of months. We already know that we are unlikely to garner the approval from Heritage New Zealand as we are reducing the authenticity of the building by not using like-for-like material. I cannot stress enough that they are very staunch in this position and do not care that it's going to cost us a fortune to do anything different. They don't have to consider cost. So at this point, it becomes a forced notified consent at our request, resulting in a hearing, and that's assuming we don't just give up. So then it goes to a notified hearing. We do overlook Oriental Bay, which may attract other submitters, and you never know how large your hearing is going to be until obviously you put your notification out. That's another delay of at least a few months. It is adjudicated by councillors acting as commissioners. Commissioners are expensive, and you also require a lot more people on both our side of the table and the council or the hearing side of the table. So Emily Bayliss' suggestion was $5,000 each for the hearing. On this, I think some councillors are more well known for their heritage advocacy than others, so you do not know what the outcome is going to be. And at the conclusion of the hearing, your consent might not be granted. And that's a big unknown. And at that point, we've delayed the project by 7 to 10 months, and we've spent $58,000 just on heritage incremental costs. That's without putting up scaffolding. That's without buying materials. That is just the incremental heritage cost. And honestly, how do you replan your house when that's your starting point and there's no certainty that you even can? And that's our challenge, and that's why we're here, and that's why we've invested so much in getting off the list.
So that finishes that. I think we're pretty much done. I'll just have 2 points for Commissioner McMahon, and that is something else that's occurred during the panel, which is related to the IPI and the discussion of can you differentiate qualifying matters. Our view or our position is you can. We believe heritage is a substantive merits issue, as exposed by different opinions on whether things meet thresholds or not. We would see other matters such as wind as a technical qualifying matter, and in addition, those qualifying matters may or may not come with only rules that limit density or height requirements. For example, you may be able to bring wind very easily into the IPI at 77G because it only impacts height requirements, whereas heritage drags all these other provisions with it. For example, the heartland demolition, which is the issue or the point in the Environment Court case. So to summarise, hopefully we've done a good job. We hope we've done a good job of explaining the breadth of material that we've provided. It has been a lot for us. This is the end of our road, but we would just emphasise, you know, the value that you as an independent panel provide in this process as a check and balance on the entire system. So we do really appreciate the time in reading the material and putting your views and recommendations forward to the council. So we would like to thank you very much for that.
Well, we're very grateful for your output, your input to our process. I have one other question to you. Would it be possible for us to come and visit? That we would have some time early Friday afternoon if one of you were home to let us in the door.
We can make that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably 2:30-ish.
We'll make
it happen.
We've invested a lot in the process.
As I say, we understand the extent of your investment, and as I hope is obvious, we've certainly taken it seriously.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
We'll organise that through Jazz.
Well, I think that you just take it that we'll rock in. If you could give Sam like a contact number. So basically, if we held up, if we're early, we can text you.
Yep.
But assume plus or minus a bit on 2:30 p.m. on Friday.
We'll see you on Friday.
And be good if you could organise that it wasn't raining too.
Sure. Do you want tea and scones as well?
And if you could give Sam, email Jazz, because Sam's got access to that email, your presentation, as you say. We've got 13. What's another one?
You can have 13. It needs to be 14.
But that will be helpful because there's some detail in there that I haven't written down because I knew it was available.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will adjourn and be back at 11 o'clock. Mr. Murcott, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. Richard Murcott, President of Thorndon. Just my principal submission about Whiawhai. Coming from my viewpoint as a geographic information scientist, I'm motivated to see geographic information communicated as well as possible, and especially in public land information systems or regulatory registers or things like the cadastre or planning information systems. And when I encounter irregularities, I feel compelled to alert the custodian. But this is also a story about heritage and features valued by our communities, in this case a feature of significance to Maori. This is an image from the proposed district plan. The line of the stream is currently plotted across Catherine Mansfield Memorial Park, and I'll just locate it there on screen. And it runs alongside Fatuba Terrace, and we come across to the intersection with Hobson Street, and then through the property of the Australian High Commission and down to Thorndon Quay. Just observing the Australians got our stream. And note where it crosses Hobson Street. Now, here's an extract from Wellington City Council's open data portal. The contour near where the line of the stream crossed Hobson Street, which I'll just point to, is 3 metres higher than the lower point in the street, being the likely position of a stream, which is 70 metres down the road. I'm pointing to an area down here. But we don't need contour maps to alert us as to where the gully and the historic stream used to be. Papatuanuku, Mother Earth, has her own way of speaking to us. Here's Te Akawai attempting to daylight itself after a downpour in 1993. Clearly the stormwater system failed, and it's not the first time it failed. 40 years earlier in 1953, the property opposite the white car that you can see in the photo suffered flooding and stormwater damage originating from the street, and there have been other examples in living memory. And all of these occasions, Wellington City Council has paid compensation for the damage caused and various mitigations. An example of a mitigation, a significant double sump was installed in the mid-90s. Wellington Water knows it needs regular cleaning, and solutions like these in our suburb will be tested whenever Wellington is visited by an atmospheric river. I admit that I didn't anticipate that my submission on a map positional correction for an acknowledged feature might be contentious. I was surprised when I caught up with the Section 42 report that the submission was opposed on the grounds that the site is adequately recorded in the proposed district plan. I appreciate that Wellington City Council would seem to support amending its records. However, this is conditional on other parties feeling that it's appropriate for Wellington City Council to do so. Now that did surprise me, because we're dealing with natural features, a fact on the surface of the earth, and documented evidence, like where it is, which I'll go into in a moment. And so I asked the question, should correcting the base data be considered optional? I do appreciate that what is adequate information for some purposes may not be adequate for other purposes. I am suggesting that knowing the location of the old stream network more precisely and parts of Te Akawai in particular might be useful in some instances, including planning purposes, draining purposes, or other civil engineering purposes. And that in its true position, it has a spatial connection to heritage and character that the PDP currently does not communicate, showing it in the wrong position. My primary source for the submission has been this book. It's a history of Townacre 614. It's lodged in the Alexander Turnbull Library, home, of course, to New Zealand's National Documentary Heritage Collections, and I have a copy with me. It's quite a significant volume just on that Townacre. This records that Te Akawai flowed through Townacre 614. This map illustrates the lay of the land nearer 200 years ago. And we can see on the Te Akawai is where I'm pointing over here. More base data is a City Council subsoil survey from 1936. The highlighting's been added by me. I'm pointing to where Te Akawai is shown on that plan. And of particular interest are the extra insights that we obtain from such records. And on this map, it records that the depth of fill under Hobson Street, where it crosses, is 20 feet, which is more than 6 metres. That's about 2 stories high. This slide is my attempt to crudely orientate the previous 2 maps I've shown you side by side for a quick comparison and looking for some consistency. Scaling is approximate. Please note how the lower reaches of the historic stream beds of Te Akawai and Pipitea effectively flank the extent of the residential heritage and character through the Hobson Street area, which we've discussed in previous streams. The significance of this to me is, firstly, it's now possible to reasonably assert that this feature of significance is situated within the proposed character precinct. It becomes more integrated with a part of the story of this place, the heritage of the precinct. And I can say to my neighbour, hey Cobber, it doesn't run for Australia, mate. Townacre 614, with the Aussie High Commissioners. And secondly, for engineering purposes, perhaps it's also useful to know the location of the footprint of such features. Now, to nail down the location even more precisely, this cadastral survey from 1927 fixes the edge of the right bank of its gully. On this slide, I've attempted to illustrate an overlay also of an 1851 sketch, it's not to scale, which was contained in a letter sent by the land agent for Robert Wainhouse of England, being the owner of Townacre 614 at that time. And it shows the where the stream was in relation to the boundaries of that Townacre, approximately. Something else from the archives, on the 31st of May 1879, the then owner of Townacre 614 sent a letter to the Wellington City engineer complaining about a culvert and stream that traversed under Hobson Street, carrying the Te Akawai stream towards Townacre 614 and to the beach. And it was causing erosion every time there was heavy rain. A part of this gully remains evident under the residences at number 60 and 62 Hobson Street, and these houses were constructed in 1915 and 1916. just a comment about the translations on the shown on the slide. They were summarised from a Stuff article written by Rachel Buchanan, published on the 15th September in 2012. Now, my primary motivation was to correct the planning map as much as reasonably possible, plot these features where they actually are, where we have the evidence. And also how to note how culturally significant features like Te Akawai and Pipitea align with other values placed on our built heritage and character by the community. I see an alignment between these features and the need to protect such heritage in the round from inappropriate subdivision or use or development. And to do so, exercise provisions to do so that are in the Resource Management Act. We also benefit from better understanding the original terrain. In this example, from delineating what's natural and what's not, and exactly where these features occurred. I note that the Resource Management Act expects risks from natural hazards like flooding or perhaps fill and the like to be managed. And I hope that all parties can acknowledge the benefits of more accurately plotting part of the line of Te Akawai in Wellington City Council's records and in the proposed district plan or the district plan in particular. Personally, I feel we're privileged to know the cultural significance of these features, and that as a community we're richer for this. And we need to record them properly when we're gifted with information to make it possible to do so. So essentially, Commissioners, that was my submission, and I suppose I think just a reminder. I think I've used this before. This is a slide, just an extra that it's an overlay in the proposed district plan. We'd have a new relationship between Te Akawai and the floodplain or vulnerabilities from flooding, and it would make perhaps a little bit more sense when the stream is plotted in a position that we know. And something else I can highlight on this particular map from the PDP is if I put my finger on Queen Margaret College, you'll notice there's an irregular, you might be able to see it, there's an irregular boundary. That's from that old cadastral survey plan that was in the previous slide, showing there the right bank or the top of the gully on the right side of the stream, and there it is illustrated there on the. So there's some guidance at least for part of the stream as to where it used to be, and I think that's very useful to know. And of course, with the acknowledgement that we have got a character in this area that I believe enhances and adds to the values that we love about this part of our city and our heritage in this part of the city. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Mr. Murcott, can you go back to the first aerial that you showed?
Yes.
That one?
Yep.
I think that what you're telling us is that the white line that goes under the main QMC block, and you can actually see that curve, it is was the historic line of the stream?
No, it's if we go to this drawing, this cadastral plan, there it's delineated as a cadastral boundary following the edge of the gully. It's not fixed the actual centre of the stream. So we know that.
Well, yeah. So it's slightly south of that.
So the stream will be slightly north of that line.
Oh,
that's the right bank of the gully.
Right bank.
Yeah, looking downstream. So downstream is towards the beach, which is towards Thorndon Quay.
Yeah.
So it's on your right when you're looking towards the harbour.
But it's just to the north of that line.
Yeah, and we know that we don't know, but we're thinking that the gully might have been about 9 or 10 metres wide. It could have been wider, as illustrated on this old drawing, say 1840 or thereabouts, and perhaps the sort of indicators on this engineering drawing from the subsoil survey of the council. That gully was fairly wide, and that survey plan just fixed the that right. So the top of the, or what it says actually on the survey plan is follows edge of gully, and that becomes that boundary that you see on that image that we were referring to back there, that wiggly line. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Commissioner Faulkner, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Murcott, and good to see you again from earlier in the hearings. Just a couple of quick questions from me. Have you considered approaching the iwi to have the conversation with them about this at all, or have you just used the planning process as the opportunity to share your information?
Thank you, Commissioner, for asking. Yes, I was very interested to contact when I didn't know that there had been an objection. So when I saw it in the report, I actually did make contact, had a very brief conversation. It was just that the timing wasn't fantastic and they were busy. I think I spoke to a lady, Honor Octon Lewis, about that briefly. So she was
in the distance.
That's right. Yeah. No, thank you. The only other question, because the reason I ask that is often, and you've alluded to it in your evidence, that the intent or the purpose of the sites of significance mapping is to often map cultural things that are either no longer physically there, or may through development or infrastructure are there but are no longer there in what is prescribed as the natural state. And so often those two things collide, where often the iwi may have an aspiration to map where the cultural association historically was, if you like, compared to what the physical location of something post-development or post infrastructure development or whatever. And there may be a simple fix somewhere in there where we can achieve what it is you're seeking, whilst upholding the mana of the process, for want of a better term. And so thank you. That's the only questions that I had. So thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. And we might take the opportunity, as Miss Octon Lewis is behind you, to approach that conversation with her in about 10 minutes time. Yeah, but thank you.
I'd like to just highlight too that for that section where where it goes to Queen Margaret's, of course, we've got a noted heritage feature being the tower on the college itself. And so in my mind, these things it's really nice to know that those associations and things are there. It's part of the story.
Any questions? Yeah. I think that's it from us. And so
thank you very much.
We'll take the opportunity, since Rūnanga are immediately following you, to inquire about the basis for their opposition. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning.
Katito, katito, katito ki a kupe te tangata nana I hoe a te moana. I tope a te whenua, tuke a kapiti, tuke a mana, tuke a rapawa, konga, tohu, ena, a taku tupuna a kupe nana I whakatope ne titapua.
I toreke ia hau te whenua.
Hey. Morena commissioners, kia ora koutou.
So we have an hour set aside to hear from you, and we'll be interested to hear what you've got to tell us. But among other things, if you could, if on the way by you could address Mr. Murcott's point, that would be appreciated as well. Were you able to see?
I think for that point, we undertaken a process of identifying these sites with our core matua and also the other iwi. So all of those inquiries should have come to us before the submission process. So I think the basis of our sort of objection is that there's a massive money involved in identifying those sites. So we can't just, you know, overstep what our uncles and aunties said on those sites. And I think none of those queries came from the, you know, before the submission process. So of course we're going to take any sufficient scope. We opposed it. We're happy to court it all and then find out what is it the boundary change is it about? Is it about a cultural appropriation? Is it about like some other feature? Is it about some other things? So without sort of going back to, yeah, our core matua and our other iwi, other mana whenua partners, we can't make assumptions or responses on the spot about something like this because this is a proposition of boundary change. And we would like to understand what that is about because this is a process that has been undertaken for mana whenua and by the mana whenua. So that's, I guess, hopefully answers your question.
Thank you.
It's not that we sort of purely opposing someone. It's just in principle, it's not the right place to solve these issues. So, kia ora commissioners. So good to see you again. My name is Ona and I'm the principal planner for the Rūnanga. And today I'll speak on behalf of our Toa Rangatira, and I didn't make this point in the previous hearings, but please note that whenever we come up here, we're speaking on behalf of the Rūnanga and only for Rūnanga. We can't speak on behalf of our mana whenua iwi members. So just to note that that's a really important point. So my first point will be about the Ngāti Toa Rangatira significant statement for Wellington. And then the second point will be about the SASMs, sites and areas of significance, the Māori chapter. And the third point will be made about some of the sort of the unsubstantiated statements about the SASMs and suggestions of deleting some of the policies and objectives made by others in rules and the SASM chapter and schedule. So my first point is I'll start with the significance of Wellington to Ngāti Toa Rangatira. So Te Moana o Raukawa, as it's known as the Cook Strait, is of the highest significance to Ngāti Toa Rangatira. Not only does Te Moana o Raukawa have great traditional and spiritual significance, it was also crucial as a political and economic asset to Ngāti Toa, and important as a means of transport and a rich source of various resources. Te Moana o Raukawa remains a site of immense cultural, historical and spiritual significance to Ngāti Toa. And Ngāti Toa Rangatira are the kaitiaki of Te Moana o Raukawa and its resources. And Ngāti Toa Rangatira regard Te Moana o Raukawa as one of their most significant resources. So the extensive fisheries resources that exist in the strait provide for the iwi's customary fishing and allow the iwi to manaaki manuhere at Ngāti Toa Rangatira hui. Te Moana o Raukawa is rich in its own kawa and tikanga. and folklore and stories and handed down through the generations from Maui and Kope through to the present day, and as well as having great traditional and spiritual significance. The strait was important as a navigable route between Te Ika Maui and Te Waka Maui, which linked these two diverse islands. And lands on both sides of the moana were usually occupied by the same iwi groupings, and thus it was important for the tribes to understand its differing moods and potential dangers, and to develop seafaring capabilities to cross with safe the stretch of notoriously dangerous water. So that's like when you'll see Te Moana Rokawa as in the sites of significance schedule, and it's a very, very, very significant site for Ngāti Toa. The other one is the Wellington Harbour, has high cultural, historical, spiritual and traditional significance to Ngāti Toa Rangatira, and the claim to the Wellington Harbour region is primarily based upon the tribe's early invasion of the region during the 1820s and their political and military influence rather than occupation. Ngāti Toa Rangatira also traded with the settler community in Wellington and sent produce to Wellington by sea. So Harataonga was an important source of large trees suitable for the construction of waka, and these waka were fashioned in the area and tested in Te Whanganui-a-Tara. So Te Whanganui-a-Tara was important in conjunction with the Hutt River as access to and from Porirua and the developing Wellington town. The harbour is also an important source of kai moana. So that's the context, how important that is. And the chart that we did at the beginning is also, this is all iwi's whakapapa and our ancestors from Kupe. So that kind of sets up the significance context for you. My second point would be about the sites and areas of significance schedule in the chapter. So today we're appearing in front of you to fully support this chapter and the schedule, because our Rūnanga was heavily involved in this process. And we would like to applaud the district land officers working with us at an example level, be it mapping and identifying sites, or be it researching and supporting Rūnanga to ensure that appropriate information and narratives were included in the schedule. Rūnanga also appreciates the effort that the planning team members in co-designing and co-writing the SASM chapter. We've been heavily involved writing the chapter. Not only the GIS and mapping aspect, but also the provisions and framework. The rule framework in front of you is where we're heavily involved in that. And these provisions and the framework is quite advanced and sophisticated and probably one of the best in the country, process-wise, but also content-wise. And as the Rūnanga planner, I see a chapter in a schedule that recognises our suggested framework, including adequate amount of rules to cover a range of activities, but also a policy framework that acknowledges our kaitiakitanga role over the sites, such as I mentioned, Te Raukawa Moana. With the council officers, Rūnanga Kaimahi was able to draw on a sophisticated activity and rule framework where we were able to have strict protection for our sites, but also a very permissive framework where mana whenua could exercise their rights on the sites. You will also see it in the issues and options reports and monitoring reports. This chapter of the plan and the previous operative plan did not really protect mana whenua's sites culturally appropriately. And you will see our core matua's policy framework being translated into the planning language and the SASM chapter by the Rūnanga planning team. Once again, Rūnanga supports this chapter and looks forward to engaging on the implementation of the chapter rules, because you're having the last operative plan having just one rule with no substantial protection on the sites. And then you're seeing this chapter, which has got, from memory, 7 activity rules that triggers significant amount of area engagement. So as this chapter will hopefully engage us on the right projects, will provide appropriate protection under the Section 6, but also allow us to practice our kaitiakitanga role under Section 7. And I'm not going to go into deep explanation of the process, and I'm happy to answer your questions later on, like how we've done this. But no, there was a mana enhancing process where mana whenua was empowered to execute their own rule framework and aspirations. So it was also rigorous in its methodology and followed tikanga. So that's the SASM chapter. My third point will be the suggestions of from members of public or many organisations about deletions of sites or provisions of policies being deleted from the schedule and chapter. So Rūnanga made further submissions in request of council disallowing various culturally inappropriate submissions asking various relief. So of these, there were ones to alter the schedule, the language, the definitions, as well as boundaries and what sort of things should be added to them. So look, this can only be done by mana whenua and for mana whenua, and it's not a place and space and time for these opinions to try to enter this arena through the submission process. We strongly oppose this kind of privileged Western constructs, trying to exert these constructs into spaces of mana whenua. It should be done appropriately. But one in particular, I will pause and make sure that Rūnanga position is loud and clear, because it is extremely important to ensure that no one is exempt from an overlay of sites of significance. And this is the further submission which was made regarding the WILE, which is Wellington International Airport. So you would have received our letter, our hearings coordinator, dated 3rd of May 2023, Commissioners, but I'll reiterate Rūnanga's position so that it's in the records. All SASMs, including the Moa Point and Maupia Pa, are significant to mana whenua and must be protected as SASM policies and rules instructed in the proposed plan. No infrastructure proposal or project is exempt from SASM provisions, and no such proposal should be given high or privileged status in passing the RMA tests. This matter is not a SASM chapter matter and should wait its turn with the infrastructure hearings, because our expectation and intention was to ensure SASM rules applies to all chapters as a significant overlay. The oversight remains in the infrastructure and wild designation chapters. It's not TICA that we are here focused to yet again explain why these overlays are significant. So the overlay and the chapter rules speak to that and for themselves, and what mana whenua see appropriate to be allowed and not allowed. There were comments around the columns of features integral in the schedule. We have seen the evidence provided and the language used around the features integral by the submitter's planning evidence. This is somewhat extremely inappropriate also, because the sites, just because the sites do not have any tangible components, do not make them any less significant, and it gives license to anyone for various activities to further occur and further be disrespectful to the sites. So Rūnanga particularly suggested and support these provisions so that the wairua of these sites can be returned and recovered, so that the iwi can reconnect with these sites. And these provisions were put into place so that the mana of the site can be enhanced and recovered, and mana whenua aspirations can be realised. The fact that some of these SASMs are built on in heavily modified whenua gives us all the more reasons to be involved in any activity that might be harmful to the mana whenua side. So with this, I'm concluding my comments, and I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah, Kemble.
Thank you, Ms. Ockham-Lewis. It seems we're bumping into each other quite a bit these days, whether it's here in Wellington or in Upper Hutt or wherever. I've just got a couple of questions. Just at a very high level. One of the challenges that many of the submitters have is, and it comes back to the Wellington International Airport example, where the lack of certainty around what the implication of SASMs means creates a challenge for particularly future planning or realising aspirations for development that they may have. Is it not reasonable for someone to have certainty around what the implications of a mapping process and the plan could be? And if it is reasonable, is there anything the Rūnanga or the Rūnanga partnership with the council could do to allay the concerns? And it's the same question I asked of Mr. Love when he was in talking. So I'd welcome your views on whether there could be more done to provide the certainty that many of the community, Wellington International Airport included, are seeking.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that question, Commissioner. I think in our response, we basically acknowledged the clarity that was sought from the WILE, and we acknowledged that. And then we also suggested some solutions and then the opportunity to work with us. But that shouldn't mean to interpret that we would like to delete a SASM site, which is what was proposed in the submission, or, for instance, I think that was proposed again, P3 to P5 policies being deleted, and also one of the rules. So we do not accept that, because those rules are there for a reason, and they have been kind of worked through with the officers, with the issues report. So there's a very substantiated evidence that the protection is under threat from obviously the last operative plan. So we're certainly having to work through the clarification with the international airport, because there's that clarification needs to be done. There's the oversight of the integration of different chapters, that being the infrastructure chapter, that being the WILE chapter, and the SASM chapter. So when we worked with the council officers, we said, as soon as we've got all of the SASM rules sort of nicely included in all of the chapters, we're all good. But then obviously there were other clauses in the wild chapter that sort of crossed wide with that. So we're more than happy for officers to work with us and wild work with us to fix that. Absolutely. So in that regard, yes to your question, definitely we're happy to work on a solution. But again, I'll reiterate, that doesn't mean that we will be happy a SASM site to be deleted or a SASM rule in the chapter to be deleted.
Because just as a follow on, one of the challenges that we have is the integration across the plan, right? So I'm sure there are some things that are more appropriately addressed in like the airport or the infrastructure chapter, but the spatial and policy elements of SASM sit here. So it's what the relevance of the effect in those later chapters could be, whilst considering the particular provisions here. One of the questions in your submission, you raised an issue about more work needs to be done around the resilience, environmental resilience of the provisions. What would that look like?
I think, as you will have seen, the new schedule includes like rivers and streams as sites of significance, which is, I think, quite amazing advancement for the site of district plan, especially thinking about all of the national policy statements coming through, because those things will need to be given effect for protection and further enhancement of the rivers and streams. But I think for the environment resilience, we wanted to make sure that our TIAR responsibilities are apparent in the SASM chapter as well, not just the whenua and then the features on it or the values, but also the environmental management of the site. I think that's what's meant there, like perhaps working on some of the provisions, making them a bit more nuanced in terms of environmental resilience. But we could do that. That's just a icing on the cake of what is written right now, because
so it wouldn't require any particular provision specified in the plan, but it's more kind of ongoing working with the council.
Right. I'll see
and the
there's
implementation.
Tweaking of the provisions, or working with the council officers down the line to make sure that the conditions of the resource consent includes those aspects, although maybe they might not be apparent in the objectives and provisions potentially.
Yeah. The last two questions, or the last one's more an observation, but there were some comments around the SASM zones and the implication that intensive residential can have on SASMs, and we've also seen relief sought from Taranaki whānui wanting papakainga to be permitted within SASMs. Can you talk me through what the actual issue around intensification and its relationship with SASMs is? Because I couldn't see any evidence as to what the actual issue is regarding intensification.
Sure. So I think there's different sort of things at play here, because the proposed plan does not have a papakainga chapter, but also obviously SASMs, we're trying to protect some values, but also we want to be permissive to our people to make sure that, their also interests are kind of utilised there. We have seen yet again across the country some of these chapters, for instance, all about protection. So that's why we had a nuanced approach, having categorizations, so that, for instance, in a categorization of a size of significance where it is contemporary size of significance, such as the part that that members of iwi are living, so they should be permitted within the provisions to basically exercise their tino rangatiratanga on that land. So that was I think that was sort of the stream of logic that sort of comes in there, which I think I'm quite of what the SASM chapter does, proud of, where the category C allows the members of mana whenua to exercise that right on a SASM.
Yeah. And the last was not really a question, it's just an observation. I think one of the things that could be useful, and it comes back to the submitter who was here just before you, Mr. Murcott, that I think the intention of many resident associations or historical societies or, whatever community groups, I think the intention of those groups is to assist and enable and help. I don't think they're there to try and challenge the cultural perspective or the mana whenua perspective. And I think if there is a way that we could develop a process where those things could be discussed and incorporated, I think it would be a useful outcome, because I do see value in some of the work that community groups do to assist in identifying those. And like I said, it's not to replace or take over the cultural significance, because I don't think that's the intent. I think it would be useful to have those conversations that can, if we can find some way to incorporate those in the SASMs, I think the whole community could potentially benefit through that. So that's just a reflection.
Yeah, I agree, Commissioner. And yeah, like they're welcome to come and
Thank you.
talk to us. I think having those conversations within this process just requires its own process. And I think writing a submission about it is just, could come across as providing information that maybe overrides mana whenua. So I think it's, that those being solved rather, nā mai haere mai, our doors are open to talk to people, but I appreciate that we're also really, really inundated and resource scarce. So,
Yeah, thank you.
One question from me. We discussed with Mr. McCutcheon with the problem identified by Weil, which is about understanding how the provisions related to key sites which are identified applies, given that in the sites that are of interest to them, there are no key sites identified. Mr. McCutcheon's answer to us was that the intention underlying these provisions was that if there were no key sites identified, Rule 3 wouldn't apply, but Rule 4 would. And does that accord with your understanding of the?
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Well, Rule 3 is entitled Modification of Features Integral to Category A and B Sites in a SASM. And his answer was, well, if there are no integral features identified, that rule doesn't apply. But the subsequent rule, which is new buildings and structures within the, he suggested within the extent of a SASM, that rule does apply. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I think that's my interpretation of how we've worded those rules. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. And like I had a discussion with him about how that could be made clearer. I think it's just a matter of playing with the description of the.
That's right. Yeah, definitely.
Commissioner Lewis, any questions?
Yes, just one matter, Ms. Optum Lewis. This is the third time I think I've had the pleasure of your presentation, and it's immediately obvious to me that the nature of the presentation here compared to, say, Porirua and Hutt City, and I appreciate Commissioner Faulkner has also heard from you at Upper Hutt, I presume, is quite different. And I think you've hit the nail on the head when you indicated that that is a direct reflection of the early engagement and the direct partnership involvement in writing these provisions. I'm sure the council are very pleased to hear you use terms like exemplar, example, advanced and sophisticated provisions. I wondered, apart from that early engagement, are there any other factors that you would point to that would underline your support for this chapter? Is there anything different about Wellington City in terms of claims, resources, etc., that would lead you to make that statement?
So I think the Wellington, I guess it might be a sort of like just a luck of the process, because the district plan is being reviewed. It's not just a plan change. So we had an opportunity to get all of our deed of settlement sites in there. previously none of them were in there. So, I mean, from that sort of point of view, we were able to kōrero with our kōmatua to say, hey, we didn't have any of these sites. Can we sort of organise wānanga and hui to identify our sites and put the right narratives? And our kōmatua was very excited about that, and we held that. We've held, 1 to 5 wānanga to sort of talk about all of the kōrero about those sites and record them in the most appropriate manner with utmost tikanga. So that made it really valuable because we were able to ask them what the resource management issues were from their perspective. So this chapter in front of you will reflect all of the concerns they've got of a site significance of what's happening to them and all of these years. So to be able to do that is a very privileged thing to do, and I'm humbled to be able to translate that into a plan language, which could be quite difficult because it's quite black and white, as you know, the planning language, and it doesn't allow too much sometimes sophistication because to give clarity or certainty. But in this case, we were able to identify with them the issues and then how they will also require to address it. And that's why you see the categorizations. For instance, that categorization doesn't mean any site is A, B, C, D, because all sites are category A and outstanding. That's just to make sure that the resource management framework and management can be undertaken with these categorizations.
Yes.
So they were happy to do that for that purpose.
Is there more certainty regarding the DOS sites in Wellington City than there is, say, in Porirua or?
Absolutely. So in the Hutt and Porirua, the schedule is not right. So the mapping is not quite right because it kind of excludes some of our sites. And in the Hutt case, Upper and Lower Hutt, it's definitely both. It's pretty severely inadequate. But for the Porirua, for instance, the district chapter has high protection for all of the sites. So that nuance thing that I mentioned, ABC categorizations and management, is not there. So that means like our people might need a resource consent to do stuff in the park. So that's not something that we want to have. So we're working with the council there to make sure that it's a similar framework.
Sure.
And same with the Upper and Lower Hutt. So those chapters are really nowhere near to what we're talking about here.
Thank you for those answers.
Goodbye.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
For your time. And thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. We'll adjourn back at 1:30 when Mr. Archer arrives, or earlier if he arrives early. Actually, he's virtual. When he arrives virtually,
Yes.
As opposed to when he virtually arrives.
When he virtually arrives.
1:30.
1:30.
is it a view of, is the title page WCC Hearing Stream 3 Historic Heritage?
Oh, it's a valley, multicolored valley.
Screensaver. It's a screensaver.
Oh, I see. Apologies, I'm not sure why this isn't allowing me to. Sorry, guys. I beg your patience. Sorry.
You were cool.
Okay. This is very frustrating for me. I apologize that this isn't ready.
Is there anything at our end we can do?
It was working on my practice session earlier, and I'm not sure why it's not working now.
Hang on, we'll see if, hang on. Is there anything we can do at this end to help with his presentations not coming up?
The only real option, Leo, if you can hear me, is if you send me your presentation and I share the screen through my laptop.
Right.
Did you get that, Leo?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if you just email with your presentation, I can get that up for you.
Thank you very much. Is that Jazz I'm speaking to?
Oh, that's Sam.
Sam, sorry.
Sam.
Sam.
That was Sam.
Sam.
Thank you. So I replied to the email that you sent earlier, Sam.
So the tune of that song before, how does it go? Commissioner? The one, how does it go? While we wait, while we wait, you don't know the tune?
Yes, I know the tune, but I'm not singing, especially not on the live stream.
So we could entertain the participants while we wait. No?
All right, Sam, I've sent it to you now.
I load it up on my email and I'll get it put on the screen ASAP.
Got that? Sam's just loading it now.
Thank you very much.
In the meantime, Commissioner McMahon's true.
You'll have all my speaking notes as well, unfortunately, so all the mystery and mysteriousness of my presentation will be gone. No smoke and mirrors. I guess I could start. I had a kind of a pre-presentation question I'd like to ask, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. You could ask. You may or may not get an answer, but
that's fair. And in researching this hearing stream, I found reference to a number of times to a Environment Court ruling called Foot versus WCC. I was just wondering if the two names that I recognised, being Mr. Robinson and Mr. Dash, if they are you, Mr. Chair, and the other commissioner, Mr. Dash.
it's not me. It's the late Keith Robinson, who was Crown Counsel in the 1980s and was a barrister in the 1990s. But it might be Mr. Dash, Commissioner Dash, or it might be his brother, who's also a planner. So I don't know the answer.
City one. So it wasn't you sitting
Correct.
for the Environment Court and okay, gotcha. I see. I see. You must have been hearing a lot about Hay Street and heritage and qualifying matters. So please forgive me if this is broken record stuff.
Not a problem. Yeah.
Now I can.
Oh, yes, we have lift off.
We have liftoff. Okay, you should see a beautiful picture of the apartment building on the corner of Hay and Oriental.
Yep, and a whole lot of scaffolding.
Yes, and yeah, that's just a whole lot of scaffolding. If we go to page 2, if I could. Well, first of all, sorry, I feel a bit flustered, but I'll get there. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to the hearing today. I would like heritage, designations, qualifying matters, and Hay Street, Oriental Bay. Cool. On the subject of qualifying matters, and this is probably me belabouring the point a little bit, but I understand the imposition of qualifying matters has a very high threshold. And if a heritage order is designated, then it will impose serious restrictions upon the identification outcomes of the NDRS and NPSUD. If we go to slide number 3, Council's S40TO report does not recommend adding Hay Street to the Schedule 3 heritage areas, but the report does recommend that conferencing is undertaken between Mr. Smith and Mr. Kelly, who's the author of the Hay Street Heritage Report, considering agreement between experts to assist in determining the extent of a potential heritage area. Now, in reading that report, I kind of like I have a question that arises from that. Can expert conferencing be ordered by this commission, or will expert conferencing be ordered by this commission?
The answer to the first question is yes. The answer to the second question is maybe.
Maybe.
That,
Cool.
that the panel hasn't made a decision either way.
I see.
And but we will be considering that tomorrow.
I see. With expert conferencing, could that result in a designation order arising from the conferencing, or would that require the council to go back and do a S32 evaluation?
That's a very good question. The result of conferencing would be an input to the commissioner's consideration of the issue. So that there is that step, and one of the things that the commissioners would consider is whether there is a sufficient section basis in terms of section 32 to justify the recommendation of the conferencing, if there is a joint recommendation.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, can I just ask Mr. Archer about the importance of terminology here? Your question to the chair talked about a heritage order, we're
not talking about a heritage
order. And the reason I point that out is so on your very first slide, you'd highlighted a provision that related to a heritage order. So that is not on the table at this point, Mr. Archer.
Okay.
If you go back to your first slide,
yes.
Sam, can you go back to the first slide, please? Not
qualifying matters.
Yeah.
1A.
Yeah. So E is. I mean, heritage would come under clause A in this case, not clause E.
Section 6. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So a heritage order is a specific requirement, like a designation covered under section 189 of the Act. I just don't want you to go down a path that's not relevant here.
Right. Okay. I appreciate that that point. I think the rest of the presentation is still relevant in terms of I'm going to talk about the assessment that was carried out on behalf of Gareth Morgan and Felicity Wong.
Yes.
And from what I understand, that assessment informs the council officer's opinion that expert conferencing should take place.
Correct.
Okay. Is a privately commissioned report, can that form the basis of a closed door conferencing session?
Yes, because Mr. Kelly
is given,
has given expert evidence, and the rules of the Environment Court provide for conferencing between experts who have provided evidence in a proceeding.
Okay. Is that conferencing session able to be opened to other experts that haven't yet had input onto this report or had a chance to review this report?
The answer is it's open to the experts who provided expert evidence, and since those are the only ones who provided expert evidence on this subject, they would be the only ones who would meet.
Okay. All right, I understand that. Okay, cool. If we go to slide 4, the Heritage Assessment Report, I'm going to reference the contents of the report to the rest of the presentation. But I also would like to note that in previous hearing streams, residents of Hay Street claimed that neighbourhoods should be excluded from a walkable catchment as it was too difficult to walk/build there anyway, so it wouldn't densify. I'm paraphrasing here, but that was the gist of some of the arguments. And I might be trying to read tea leaves here, but it looks like the residents of Hay Street are pursuing every possible avenue to exclude new developments from densifying an area that is so close to the city. For a heritage or precinct to apply, would it be correct for me to say that the S232 report needs to outline why the values appreciated by the residents of Hay Street would outweigh the need and pressure for more housing? Is that a fair summation?
The heritage report wouldn't necessarily need to do that, but the material in support of the argument would need to meet the requirements of section 77J of the RMA that I don't have it immediately in front of me.
Yeah, site-specific details of why the characteristics of that area.
Not site-specific details, because that's section 77L. I know that.
But the requirements are set out in the Act about what needs to be looked at. Okay. If we go to slide number 5, so this is talking about heritage assessments in general. This is an unqualified opinion, so this is just a lay opinion. But I would think that if you go into a deep enough dive or study into any area, then you're more than likely to uncover fascinating histories and stories. Certainly the Hay Street report did make fascinating reading. I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that we have a report commissioned by motivated people of Hay Street wanting to protect their character, history, residential amenity. And the reason that we're here discussing this today is because they had the resources to be able to commission this report and get it in front of us now. And here we are discussing it as a potential barrier to the densification outcomes that NDRS and NPSUD require. So I want to I don't have a legal basis for saying this, so I don't have any basis for saying this, but I really want to ask you, is that a fair outcome for future generations and people that could and wants to live in Oriental Bay and in particular Hay Street? I guess it's a rhetorical question because there's no easy answer to that. If we go to slide 6, sorry, the report assesses the sense of place, saying generations of Wellingtonians have used the area as a recreational asset, demonstrating the continuity of use that stretches back to before the turn of the 20th century. Now, this might be an unfair reading for me, but that reads as amenity, and Policy 6 of the NPSUD states that amenity values are changeable and that changing amenity values aren't an adverse effect. And then on slide 7, we've got the heritage assessment criteria F, representativeness, the houses that have been built in the study area are good representation examples of hillside homes, of which Wellington has a large pool of examples. In most other respects, the place contains typical examples of their kin. Now, I ask you, is adding more items to the heritage schedule in Wellington that already have better examples elsewhere, how does that achieve the densification outcomes of the NDRS and NPSUD? The report highlights there are no persons of great renown are known to have lived in the study area. And it also states Oriental Bay became an attractive location to live in, and as the 20th century wore on, this turned even some of the suburbs' most modest dwellings into desirable residences. So, you know, we've got, over time, this place has become more and more desirable due to its proximity. And we're here discussing attempts to keep even more residents enjoying its proximity benefits. And then on integrity, the significant physical values of the place have been largely unmodified. This includes the retention of important modifications and or additions from later periods. The area has individual houses in small pockets that have been relatively unaltered, but mostly the area has been categorized by change. Houses have been demolished or replaced, infill has transformed parts of the area, and houses have been added or altered, some to the point where they are unrecognizable. Overall, the level of integrity is moderate. And then finally, the report did not assess tangata whenua values. It's my unqualified opinion that heritage assessments tend to focus on built form, and in focusing on built form, they can impose restrictions on development that make a sprawling city more prevalent and go explicitly against the purpose of the NPSUD and MDRS. So I guess to conclude, and my final thoughts, heritage versus densification is obviously a balancing act, but Oriental Bay has not been assessed by council in the past as of significant heritage value. And we now have a report commissioned by Felicity Wong and Gareth Morgan stating that, yes, there is significant heritage values. The details of the report kind of go all over the place in terms of whether or not it is actually significant. So I'm asking the Commission to reject increasing restrictions on development in Wellington and instead really ask yourselves whether or not adding new heritage areas would perpetuate, you know, good, just outcomes. That's it from me for the presentation.
Thank you. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions. All right. David? No, I think you're perfectly clear, Mr. Archer. We've got the drift. We've also conveniently got an electronic copy of your presentation, which we'll print out and reread at our leisure. So I don't have any more questions to ask you. I just need to thank you for your input. As I say, we haven't made a decision on whether we will direct conferencing. We will do that. We'll just certainly discuss it tomorrow. Hopefully, make a decision one way or t'other. And if we direct conferencing, you'll know about it because I'll issue a minute to that effect.
Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your patience with my electronic issues, and thank you for listening to my unqualified but passionate opinion.
Understood and appreciate.
Now I'm going to actually struggle to disconnect here because I don't know where my screen's gone, so please feel free to disconnect me, Sam, or anyone there.
Yep, I think Sam's got it under control. Yes. Mr. Luke, I presume.
Yes.
Would you care to step forward?
Sure. Do you want me to sit down?
Yes, make yourself at home.
I need to turn this on.
Yes, it should be green.
Yes.
So, welcome to our happy gathering.
Thank you.
And the floor is yours.
Okay, my name's Alistair Luke. I'm an architect at Jasmax Architects here in Wellington. I was the restoration architect for the Such Smith House with my clients who were Helen Such, Bill Such's daughter, and her husband Keith Ovenden, who now live in a house next door to the Such House. I'm a trustee of the Shirley Smith Family Trust. So in theory, we are the owners of the house, and we have made a submission in questioning the listing of it as a heritage house. Helen and Keith Ovenden spent substantial amounts of money saving the house from self-destruction, and starting in 2000, which was completed in, I think, about 2003. They value the house for its heritage values and its significance as a work by Ernst Plischke. I have presented the restoration of the house to a symposium in Vienna. I have worked on 3 other Plischke houses, so I'm very aware of his contribution to the built architecture of Wellington, and also, for that matter, of New Zealand and several other circumstances. So I would present myself as a bit of an expert on the house. The question that the trust is raising is that the placing a heritage listing on the house as a individual building has the effect of devaluing it because of market perceptions about what that heritage listing actually means, and those perceptions may or may not be correct, but that is, I think, a well-known thing that either with a historic places trust listing or a council heritage listing, that the market will perceive that they're buying something that they can't touch. We know that the heritage listing only covers the external envelope of the house, which was in fact altered when we did the restoration because of some inherent faults in the original house. Those alterations would now not be allowed to happen, but in fact, if you went up to the house, you would have no perception that its external envelope had been changed. We believe that the type of purchaser who would purchase the house, should we sell it, which is not our current intention at all, would be the type of person who would buy that house for its architectural values, and therefore would be liable to protect those values. And we question really whether the heritage listing itself is in fact has any teeth, because the house, for instance, sits on a substantial piece of land, 2,200 square metres more or less, with stunning views to the harbour and across the east towards the Rūnanga. And therefore, if a developer decided to buy the house for the purposes of developing the property, he could certainly, or she could certainly do that outside the boundaries of the house, which would in fact be in itself incredibly destructive. Or if that developer was particularly unscrupulous, could actually demolish the house and suffer the penalty, which may or may not be more or less than the valued price that they purchased it for because of the heritage listing itself. So our submission is that we think that this imposes a financial penalty on the trust and its beneficiaries for no purpose, and the purpose of both the trust and the beneficiaries is to protect the house in a way that the listing, we do not believe, can actually do. So that's, I guess, the substance of our submission. I'm aware that other houses, such as the Khan house, which I have done work on, the Cedric Firth House in Karori, the Bill Toomuth House in Robeson Street are all subject to these listings, and I believe that all of the owners or representatives of the owners of those houses hold those same feelings as we do for the such house. I guess the difference here is that the substantial quality of the land that it sits on could render it vulnerable to redevelopment, whether it's got a heritage listing or not. So that's the crux of what we are saying as a trust and as representatives of the beneficiaries of that trust.
You're certainly right to hold the same views. We've heard from all of them. Some of them at great length.
No, I don't need to go into great length. I can testify that I am probably one of Wellington's experts in the work of Bishop Firth Architects. I live in a Bishop Firth Architects house myself, and I saw that house was referenced in one of the reports about the heritage values of, I think, the Cedric Firth House in Karori, which was ironic to me because our house wasn't put forward as having heritage value. I don't want it to have heritage. I mean, it's got heritage value. I've been looking after it now and working on it for 17 years.
So where's your place?
No, just up the road from the Khan House.
No doubt Mr. McCutcheon's taking careful note of that.
Oh shit! I just dug a hole. Well, it's already in your report, so you are aware of it.
Commissioner Welch, any questions? Mr. Lake.
I think it was very clear where you are coming from, and I think you understand the heritage values of the place.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I would have asked you if the heritage, if the scheduling would actually change the way you as owners will look after the house, but you've given me the answer already that it's not about that, it's about the perceived loss of value, market value in the house if it is heritage listed.
Yes, correct. And we see that as a market perception. It may not be true, but I don't think it actually effectively protects the house, because under the other rules that are in existence, you could in fact completely build the property out and it would lose all of its presence on the hillside for which it's probably most noted for.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes, just before I ask you some questions, Mr. Luke, and so I don't ask a dumb question, just want to check with Mr. McCutcheon. This is a proposed new listing in the PDP, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so the alterations that were undertaken circa 2000 to 2003, you were involved in overseeing or designing those alterations?
I designed and oversaw those alterations, yes.
Yes. And presumably they were undertaken without any need for a resource consent?
Yes.
Yep.
No resource consent required.
It's always best to ask those questions just in case. There might have been reasons other than the non-heritage listing that might have led to a need for a resource consent, but you're not aware of those?
No, there wasn't at the time. No need for a resource consent.
Sure. And you said that the external envelopes which is listed in that, or proposed to be listed, was altered, but the perception of that is not that visible if one was to visit the site. Is that the message you were trying to get across?
Yeah. And what I'm trying to say is that they were designed in with considerable sympathy for the existing envelope,
yeah,
and designed so as to be nearly imperceptible. The house had design faults which were corrected, such as there was no toilet upstairs. Yeah. The kitchen was completely archaic and useless. And the house, in fact, didn't have a laundry. So the upstairs was altered to extend it towards the south, making the kitchen larger and functional. adding a toilet and adding a laundry.
Yes. As an architect, do you believe that the heritage values that were present pre-2000 are still intact?
Absolutely.
Yes.
In fact, when we started on that project, or when I started on that project, Shirley Smith was still resident in the house. Okay. She had had a complex life as a result of her husband's trial for treason and subsequent early death. I got to know Shirley quite well. She couldn't no longer cope with living there. The house had substantial leaking problems from when it was first built, in fact, and those leaking problems in the restoration were corrected. But if the house had been left in that state for probably as little as another 5 years, it wouldn't be standing now. Yeah. So it was intercepted by Helen Such and Keith Ovenden, which saved it from literally falling down. The only insurance that they could get for the house was for fire, because it was never going to burn down because it was so wet.
Is it just a coincidence that the other Pleshka houses, Khan and Tumutha, are also subject to leaking? Is it?
The international modernist style certainly tended towards flat roofed outcomes. Our house in Naya is completely flat roofed. We had leaking problems when we first shifted in, but they've all been corrected. It doesn't leak at all. It's a matter of getting the fabric right. Sure. Pleshka, I think, misinterpreted the climate in Wellington, and the roof was extremely problematic as it was designed, and the restoration included an alteration to the design of the roof, which is imperceptible but improves the water runoff management.
Imperceptible but effective.
Yes. Absolutely vital. I mean, the roof collapsed when Shirley was overseas and was left with basically with the rain just pouring in. Sure. to the upper floor for something like 5 weeks. Okay. And the damage was substantial, not only to the house but also to the incredible valuable objects such as books and paintings that were inside.
Yep. Now, Mr. Luke, I just want to explore one final matter about what makes this, in your view, a different site, or what its point of difference is compared to the other sites. But before I do, I just want to check a matter with Mr. McCutcheon. The listing, is it for the external elements only? I know the answer to that. I know it's not internal because we know the only property that is related to that, but what about the gardens and property, the remainder of the property? Are they subject to the listing also?
No, so the listing is for the entire external building envelope only. So structures under 1.5 metres can be built without the need for a resource consent. The small accessory dwelling, accessory building rule would apply, but any new buildings and larger structures would trigger the requirement for resource consent.
It's a restricted discretionary activity?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah. So I just wanted to get that established. This is, for want of a better term, a sort of a site setting rule where new builds on a site that's subject to a listing do trigger the need for a resource consent if they're above a certain threshold. And as Mr. McCutcheon just said, the exemptions are really for very small buildings. So you've said this is a big site, 2,200 square metres in area. And so that you saw that as a point of difference between the other properties, the Cairn, Firth and Tumutha properties, which are smaller and might lead to a higher likelihood of demand for new buildings. Is that them?
That is the gist of it. I would certainly suggest that the site was subdividable if someone's so chose to do. I don't know how the heritage listing would protect that outcome. And I also am not sure that if a developer were to buy it and just demolish the house completely, what penalty they would face, and if that penalty would be more substantial than the cost saving they might have achieved by the dint of the heritage listing. In the first place.
We certainly won't be advising you on that.
No, well, I guess the question is, and I've dealt with New Zealand Historic Place listed buildings as well. I just wonder how much teeth this listing comes with compared to the penalty it imposes upon the trust and its beneficiaries, and whether that is commensurate.
Yeah, dangerous territories.
Right, I won't go there, but I think you see our point.
But my question is, as an architect, who's very familiar with heritage buildings, or at least these 3 or 4, what would your view be on the potential for a new build to detract from the heritage values that are associated with this building?
I think it's hillside setting, which is probably one of its most oft photographed aspects of it. From when it was very first built, is that you could build out that particular view. You can actually see it from as you look up Todman Street, you can see it up there. But that whole setting and the land from that setting flows down the hillside quite substantially. It also flows down to the east.
Right. Are you saying you could build out the view that's enjoyed from the property, or you build out the view to the property?
You could do both.
Yes. Now, what impact? What potential could that have? A potential impact on the integrity of the heritage values associated with this building?
I believe so. I don't want to talk us into a corner where you apply the heritage to the whole site, but I believe so. Yes, I believe that you could under the various other rules that existed within the district plan, you could effectively build the house out so that it became invisible. It would be probably a foolish person who might do that.
Yes.
But then again, because of the views that it does offer, and the other rules that might apply, you could possibly make a substantial amount of money out of doing that.
That's okay. That's an interesting answer. Trevor, did you have anything further on that, or did you want me to carry on?
What's that, sorry?
Did you want to follow that up, or do you want me to carry on?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Not that specific issue, so keep going and I'll come in after.
Well, the reason I asked you that question, it's not a trap, is what Mr. McCutcheon is saying is that regardless of any other rules in the district plan not associated with heritage, if there was a proposal to put another building on that site, or several buildings that exceeded the exemptions, which are, as I said, are quite small, that for heritage reasons would trigger a need for a resource consent.
Yeah.
And were you aware of that? You possibly weren't, but
not insofar as the council would argue that it was detracting from the heritage of the such house itself.
the purpose of the consent would be to assess that very matter.
Yes. So then I mean, if I were the architect to that resource consent by whoever was submitting it, I can imagine arguments that I could put forward, which I wouldn't because of my deep respect for the such house and for Pushka's work. But I can see another architect who could put forward those arguments. So having a need for a resource consent doesn't necessarily mean that you won't get one.
No, that's a good point. I'm glad you made it, because your earlier answer answered in the affirmative that there was potential for an adverse impact to occur from a new build on the existing heritage.
Yes.
The process that's been established that would apply if the heritage listing is retained would mean that there would be a resource consent to assess the merits of that proposal with a policy guidance. Well, what's the policy guidance on that, Mr. McCutcheon? Is it manage or is it?
Just pulling that up now.
But I don't think it's an avoidance policy guidance.
No.
or to manage the effects associated with, and that's probably reflective of the restricted discretionary.
So it's now recommended P15. It's provide for new buildings and structures where it can be demonstrated the works will not detract from the identified values.
Yes. Yeah, so loosely, it's an enabling but also managing the effects type approach. So it's not a prohibition. It's
No,
a,
no,
it's,
that's right.
it's,
I'm going to guess, I mean, the substance of our argument is that is the financial impact of the listing in a situation where the family trust and the beneficiaries of that trust all value its heritage.
Yes.
And that, I mean, that's the core substance of the argument. And so, you know, I don't feel the need to go around in circles about what could be, what else could be built on it. But I'm just, I guess the point is that the land value is substantial because of this aspect and scale. The garden was originally planted by Bill Such himself, and it is it's a mix of exotic and native trees, but it is a stunning kind of, if you like, wild garden, with, you know, a number of mature trees and so forth, which does separate it a little bit from the Firth House and Karori, from the Khan House, which are all not built to boundary, but there's not a lot of land around them.
sure. Look, appreciated your answers. Thank you for those.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Luke, two quick questions. Are you a trustee on the trust as well?
Yes, yeah. I'm on
So
the-
there's yourself and Denise, and how many others?
We've just appointed a new trustee because Helen Such is no longer a trustee, which is Alistair Bisley.
So there's three.
There's now three.
Yep.
But there was, for a period of time, there were two, but there are now three.
And just so that I'm absolutely clear, we've had a lot of people coming in to argue why their particular property doesn't meet the test of being classified as significant or having heritage value.
Yep.
Just so that I'm clear, you're not arguing whether it's got heritage value or not. Your argument is purely that it will impact on the price, or sorry, the value of the property. So you accept that there are values associated with the building that have been captured in Ms. Smith's report. So you're not contesting that?
Absolutely not. I mean,
No.
The house is a significant moment in residential design history in New Zealand. It is recognised by Pliska files, if you want to call them that, even recognised by them in Vienna. And when I told them about, in my presentation to the symposium in Vienna, about the some of the design faults that it had, I actually got a pretty bad reaction because they regarded it as probably one of its most significant residential works.
Wow.
But I've also worked on the Henderson House in Alexandra, which is undoubtedly of again incredible significance.
Whereabouts?
In Alexandra.
I was thinking, yeah, I thought that was what you said. I think, yeah.
Yeah.
So just to follow on, given that what you've just said, and you know, going to Vienna and things like that, if we were to agree with the relief sought and removed it from the schedule, would that not be detrimental to all of the things that you just talked about?
I guess I've had this discussion with Keir and with the trust, and I've with Denise, and have said that I couldn't stand up in front of anybody and realistically argue that it didn't deserve to be recognised for its heritage values, but I would just never win that argument. I think that the Firth House in Karori has been significantly altered, and that would be a much more that might be a legitimate argument that it didn't therefore qualify for heritage values. The Bill Toomuth House, I'm not so sure about that. I don't really know what I could put up either way for that one. It is. What did you say? Sorry, not so sure. I'm not so sure how about an argument about its heritage value.
Yeah.
And the Khan House is obviously recognised as a significant work by Pliska as well.
Because what I'm struggling with is, given its overall acceptance that it's got all of these significant values associated with the house, the justification to remove it from the schedule is really hard to, you know what I mean? Like
Well,
if we were to remove that one from the schedule.
I guess I'm saying, as I just said, I couldn't argue against that. It would make me a liar to myself. Because I was involved in its restoration. I've known about the house for years before that, even as an architecture student. But I guess the other substance of our point is that those values have been rigorously and at great cost protected by the current owners, being the literal owners, Keith and Helen Such. I mean, at incredible expense, and that we would imagine that in the future that legacy of that protection would pass on to future owners who would buy it for the values that it embodies as a work of architecture and for the piece of land it sits on, and therefore the imposition of what we see as a financial penalty by the listing is something that we think is partly what's the point of it, and partly how is that fair that the beneficiaries could lose substantial amounts of money due to market perceptions about what the heritage listing actually embodies or encompasses. So that's, I mean, I'm laying that completely bare. You know,
Thank you for this.
I'm not trying to hide by or obfuscate, but you know.
So if you made that same argument in Vienna in front of those very same people, would they be equally as supportive in taking it off the schedule? No, just yeah. No, thank you. You know, oh, sorry. Yeah.
Just adding to that. You're saying that, of course, the owners at present are quite aware of what the values are and will certainly not do anything that is against that diminishes those values. And if there would be any new owners, they would do that as well.
That's were the trust to sell it, that would be part of the sales process. And I know you can't hold people to that position. That's impossible. And we bought our house under the same circumstances, that the owner deliberately wanted to sell it to somebody who would look after it. And he asked in that proposal, the purchase proposal, for us to explain what we would do to the house if we were to be a successful buyer. We were the second lowest bidder. It was a private sale. There were 5 bidders. We were the second lowest. We said that we would maintain and restore it, but otherwise we wouldn't change it at all because there was no need to, and we haven't. And he remains a good friend. We've been there for 17 years. So there are processes by which, if you hold those values dear, that you can influence as much as possible the intentions of the purchaser and eliminate or vet the purchasers to get rid of the people who are just in there for a buck.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, as you just said, you can't guarantee that.
No,
because at the end of the day, people can say this is what we want to do, and their circumstances change for whatever reason, and there we are.
But I would also argue that the heritage listing and the council, neither does that prevent an unscrupulous purchaser. That's part of our argument. We don't think that the heritage listing has sufficient teeth for it to actually protect the house from that buyer. Yet the owners or the trust faces the potential for loss of value due to the listing. And I think that's probably the same argument you've heard from the other owners.
Yep. Thanks for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luke. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Thank you for giving me your time. And as I say, I'm not. I didn't come in here to try and tell you that the Such house was a piece of crap and what the hell are you doing? So it certainly isn't.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah. Back on the technology now. Yes, is it? Kemble. Green screen.
Yes, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Sounds good. So Ms. Kemble Welch, sorry. We have your relatively short handout. You'd like to take us through it?
Thank you. In my previous presentation, I mentioned the this historic places part, but this time I've actually brought along one of the local business owners who owns quite a lot of property on the main street. This is Peter Noble, who's going to speak. But in my little summary, if I run through that, this is our Red Design Urban Activation Lab did an alternative design for being able to intensify the main hub of Newtown. We presented that in the last stream, and we'll talk about it again in the next one. But the crux of that is to be able to intensify more housing actually in the main street, but we're restricted by the historic listing of the historic area, and would like to be able to support the idea of that being interpreted a bit more liberally in terms of being able to put more infill of modern buildings in behind the historic buildings. So that's what Peter's going to talk about. And the reason for our whole design was based on it's a far more appropriate for the infrastructure and for the community to be able to intensify along that transport hub rather than just scattering new buildings anywhere throughout. And I was really interested to find that Tim Helm, this is my point 3, Tim Helm has already given evidence on behalf of Wellington's Character Charitable Trust that he is a highly experienced economist and was able to point out that upzoning huge areas doesn't actually increase the amount of housing, it just affects where the liberal smattering of where it might go. And we're proposing that the best place for that housing increase, and there's plenty of capacity along the main street of Newtown, and that's where it should go, not throughout the suburbs. So there's a bit of a here rather than there, but I know that's not addressed in the historic context, but both things are important. It's important to sort of be able to change the way the historic area is, how that's interpreted about the protections of the buildings. So I've got a drawing there that's from Novak and Middleton of a development that Peter has been able to get permission for now, haven't you?
Resource consent, correct? Yeah.
Right, resource consent. But he actually owns various other buildings in Newtown and has really struggled. And I'm going to do a little share screen if I can. Am I able to do a share screen? Does that need to be open share tray? Slightly different. Here we go. So this is, are you seeing my screen of the street view?
Yes.
Yep.
Lloyd
Okay.
Kelly in the centre.
Yeah, that's right. So this is the little block that Peter's now got resource consent to. Where the blue building is, it's just a single story, you know, it's not contributing to the streetscape. Anyway, he's finally, after jumping through lots of hoops, been able to get resource consent to develop this site where he's keeping the historic corner buildings, which we all support the idea of keeping that, but the blue building was of no significance. 1970s. It's a 1970s development, and yet he still had to really struggle to be able to upgrade. And throughout Newtown, and if you don't live in Newtown, we all love the Wedge building that's on the right, but there's a lot of stuff that is not of great historic value. So a way of developing by keeping the historic frontages but still making it easier to build in behind is really important for Newtown. So I'll come back, stop sharing. Right. So I was just wanting Peter to do a little bit of a testimony about how he's his experience of trying to be able to develop the buildings that he has, and the one that he's got resource consent for you have in front of you there, but he has various other buildings in the street. But to get, like, how long did it take you, Peter, to be able to get that through? Maybe you could, and then you can answer questions. There'll probably be a few.
Yeah, I think overall it was 18 months. And we worked very closely with the council through a pre-application, their pre-application system, and we obviously during that that process changed the design significantly to ensure that it got the support of the heritage officers at the council, which was actually quite an expensive process. And then in their final when they finally submitted their the result of our resource application, it was actually refused by the heritage team, and which we found incredible, because we'd pretty much done everything they'd asked from us to get their support. Yeah, so I've got another 3 buildings a few blocks to the south of these 3 buildings, and a building on the corner had been damaged in the Kaikoura earthquake, and half the building is deemed unsafe to use. And we've been trying to get, I've been through all the process of getting a repairs costed, and which obviously is what they deem as significant work. So it automatically you have to strengthen the building as well, so the cost goes up dramatically. And again, in that application, we had, or I had, reports from Ian Bowman, a independent heritage advisor, and he made it quite clear that that partial demolition, I think, of the building which had been damaged and it's not economical to repair. The building didn't offer any it didn't contribute to the heritage of Rutherford Street. And again, we had the same issues with dealing with the council, where we found them very inconsistent and hard to work with, and which drives up cost, and it just becomes uneconomical.
I could go back actually to the sharing. Here's this map. If I go back to sharing, can you see the map on your screen? So that's the central Newtown map, and the orange dots are where we have people who we know owning buildings want to develop them, and this dot at the top. Oops, see Daisy, made a mistake there. Get rid of that. I'll go back. Anyway, stop sharing. What I was trying to show was the different buildings that got the dots are ones where there's an actual owner who actually wants to do a good development, but they're struggling to, or they'd be really keen to do developments if only the way that the historic preservation was interpreted was changed a little. And we all agree about keeping the sense of the streetscape, the historic frontages, but it's been really tricky when the way that the interior sort of archaeological aspects of the buildings are also being preserved. When you're trying to have a building that's got a function, a modern function. It's not there as a museum. I'm just wondering what else would be really useful to share in our developments. Maybe you've got, if I go back to the street view, we can go along to the building that Peter's talking about, which is the other ones that he's trying to develop. So there's, as you see through the street here, there's quite a lot of aspects that are not of value to the history of the street, but there's, I'm trying to get down there.
Yes, that when the arrow comes up. Yeah.
It's the next corner, isn't it, Peter? Mm-hmm. This corner here is where the buildings on the right, Peter's wanting to keep, but the one on the left, it's got a broken brick wall in the middle of it, and he would really like to be able to develop in this site, maintaining all those lovely old frontages along there. But that's being held up by well, you're saying that you've actually given up.
Correct.
Given up because there's so many hoops to jump through to be able to work within the restrictions of the way that the historic listing is being managed. So have you got questions about it? I have unshared it. We were, in my presentation, in my submission, I was not wanting to completely remove the historic area. I was wanting to make it modified, amended, just so that there is a way of being able to reduce the restrictions. And I know we have support from the Wellington Historic Places Trust, and they also point out that the interface between our proposal and their concern about heritage does need to be resolved in terms of exact heights and ways of interpreting, but the essence of what we're trying to do is supported by the other Newtown groups and by the Wellington Historic Places Trust.
In terms of your proposal of keeping the fronts and building at the back, are you suggesting that you're keeping the front facade and the rest of the building goes and you build behind that facade, or are you actually proposing to keep the building and incorporate it into something else that will then grow towards the back?
Yeah, most of the sections along Ridderford Street there are 30 metres long, so there is an opportunity to keep a substantial part of the building and then develop at the back behind part of the building. The development I've got down on that first site you saw, they integrated the building into the new building, which I thought was quite a neat way to do it.
Yeah, because I was just wondering, we've heard Mr. Jacobson say from Heritage New Zealand that he certainly does not endorse facadism. So, you know, no. I'm just a little bit unclear in how far, for example, the Historic Places Heritage New Zealand has actually been on board with the idea of keeping the front, getting rid of the back.
I'm thinking that we haven't had sat down with them and had a conversation about how this would. That's where the interface needs more refining about how much you keep. But I think it's been interpreted in the past in a very restrictive way. So we're not suggesting facades, and we definitely think the stepping back from the front, from the street front, is important to be able to keep the sense of the scale and the streetscape. But it doesn't need to step right back to behind the building. So whether it's, and it probably varies to do with each building and how high you're going to go. keeping the sense of openness and light and sun coming into the street, and keeping the sense of scale from the pedestrian point of view are important. So if you went just directly like Kakaldi's behind the facade straight up, you'd lose the you know, feeling of enjoying being in the old village the way it is now. But then you could set back just a few meters, not right behind the whole building, preserving the whole building, and still have a useful development in terms of the economics of it from the owner's point of view, but have that feeling of what you're walking, the street you're walking through or driving through has still got history attached to it.
Yeah. So as an architect, what I hear you say is just good architecture in a heritage area. That's how I would describe it. And how far would an overlay of a heritage area prevent you from doing that sort of work? I'm not quite sure that.
That's why Peter's here, because he's been restricted to the point where he's giving up as an owner who's been using good architects.
Yeah, it's quite hard to interpret or to understand the rules as well. When you've got a building on a corner, I thought it was always the heritage. What they're trying to preserve is Ridderford Street itself, but then they apply it if your building runs obviously 20 or 30 meters down the side street, being a corner building. So yeah, that's reasonably hard to sort of understand where, you know, what part of the building they want to protect.
Yeah, I can see that. I guess particularly a corner section will have very different issues all over again from a property that sits in the middle somewhere, because you suddenly have two street facades.
At least 10 metres in front of the building you want to preserve to keep the streetscape.
But we're keen to have a discussion. We've talked to Wellington Historic Places, but we haven't talked to New Zealand Historic Places. We keep on talking to them about how we need to sit down and talk to them, but we haven't actually had a session where we go over the details. Yeah, that would be part of the next stage.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, a heritage area doesn't prevent development from happening.
Well,
I guess
it has.
I just say I hear you that in your case you've had a hard time to actually get there, but in terms of the rules and regulations, it's certainly not preventative of development. It's, I think, more the interpretation of those rules by certain people that have that effect in the end.
I think that's part of what you found, wasn't it? That every time you went, you would get a different interpretation.
Yep, it's just not consistent, and it just makes it very difficult for the time and cost.
Yep. Thanks for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. McMahon?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm just focusing on the relief sought in your written submission, and it talks about allowing for an increased height up to 6 stories in the Newtown Shopping Centre historic area, and for new structures set back from the street. I understand what you're asking there, but I thought I heard you say earlier that you were also seeking to modify the boundaries of the heritage area, or did I mishear that?
I don't think so. No, not the boundaries of the heritage area, but the heritage area is the boundaries, and no, I don't think so. There are specific buildings within Newtown that would remain intact, that the iconic buildings that the New Zealand Historic Places Trust have got listed buildings status, and they would stay like that. But the rest of the heritage area is actually a mixed area of old and new, and it's really about how you make it feasible to develop within that area, keep the sense of the old buildings, but allow for development to allow for new housing. The up to 6 stories, I mean, I think the consensus is that actually 4 or 5 stories would be ideal. We said up to 6 because that was what was being proposed for the whole of the rest of the suburb, and yet this area had been maintained at its current 3 stories, which was ironic. And we're saying that actually you can get as much new housing capacity as required by allowing up to 6 stories in the suburban centre area, but not in the rest of the area, which we consider the character protections should remain.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That was all from me.
I didn't have any questions. My colleagues have hit all the buttons that occurred to me. So I think we should thank you for your contribution and wish you a good day.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
That is it for the day. We will adjourn, not sitting tomorrow, Thursday, back Friday, the 19th at 9 AM. Great.